Mr. Chairman, I believe
Are we live? Good. Okay.
I believe we're live.
We have a few people online.
Hold on.
Four participants I see. No,
So we have two attendees
okay.
right here. The other panelists, this is me, and
Okay, and
these are in-house.
we will keep an eye out for Ken.
Yes. I believe that might be Jacob, who is interested in the subdivision discussion, as he works with those types of activities.
Okay.
Can you check to see if you can hear us, Mr. Prick?
Are we good?
Sounds to me like you are, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, first of all, welcome to all. Welcome back. So, to today's meeting of the Flathead Reservation Water Management Board, October 3rd, 2023. We have a board member who is out today, and another who we anticipated to be here, or at least available online, who has not yet joined us. So at the moment, we do not have a voting quorum. So three of us will meet, discuss, and do our best to move on. And should we need any action, we'll have to postpone that action to do a forum. So should Ken join us during the meeting, we'll try to take care of things we need to vote on if we need to. If not, then we'll just have to postpone those voting actions until the next meeting. So aside from that, before we go any further, just a comment. I know that COVID is starting to raise its ugly head again. So whoever is here with us, if someone feels like they need to wear a mask or do something to protect yourself, please feel free to do that. There is no harm in protecting yourself. I think that I'm comfortable as it is right now, but feel free if you feel like that's something you need to do. We know that it's on the rise again. We just want to continue to be safe. And I know Roger has got firsthand knowledge of that here recently. So, and other family members, I've had family members who have encountered it here recently as well. So thank you all. Lastly, at the end of the meeting today, probably during the board member updates, we will hold a brief executive session to discuss a personnel matter. So we'll hold off on that until the end of the meeting. So aside from that, I didn't have anything else. So I'll call for an opening prayer. If someone would like to volunteer for an opening prayer. Georgia, please.
Let's pray. Dear Lord, we just want to thank you for this day and for this opportunity to serve you and our community. We just ask as we go through this agenda today that we do so with both wisdom and humility, and that you give us the discretion, the guidance we need to do this job well. In your name we pray. Amen.
Okay, thank you. Attendance, please.
Nope. Here. George Smith.
Here.
Clayton Matt.
Here.
And absent board members are Shane Hendrickson, Teresa Wall McDonald, and Kenneth.
And it's possible Ken will join us. If he does, we'll keep an eye on that, and he'll join us probably remotely. So, and we don't anticipate Teresa joining us. And I have not heard from Shane. So, anybody else heard from Shane?
No, sir.
Okay.
And Mr. Chairman, if I may, I did we have a box of masks over here. And so if anybody did want to explore the option you were talking about, I want to let you know. I will, after at a break, I'll probably put those back on the table in the front room, which is normally where they are. are, and help yourselves to those, of course. And then we do, Mr. Chairman, have a lunch that's not on the agenda, but we will need to take a break around noon to 1, and I'll go fetch the sandwiches that are in order for us at that time, if that works for the board schedule.
Very good. Thank you. Okay. We normally announce that all of our meeting minutes are on the DNRC and CSQT website. So after today's meeting, you can find the minutes there. And minutes from previous meetings as well. If anybody has an interest in those. Question about potential conflicts of interest. Board members having had a chance to look at the agenda. If not, please do. And let us know if you have a potential conflict of interest. So Roger, Georgia,
No conflicts.
and nor do I at this point. Should something arise, we'll clarify that. So, agenda. Any other comments on the agenda today from board members, and recognizing that we don't have a forum to vote? We'll just hear comments from board members if you have anything you want to clarify on the agenda at this time, and do that. Okay.
No change.
Thank you. Any public comment for items not on the agenda? So we'll take any public comments, or the member of public who is here. It doesn't, says he shaking his head, saying he has no comment. Anybody online?
I'll give one comment.
I have a hand up. Arnie, are you there? You have a comment?
I am here. Can you hear me?
We hear you. Thank you, Arnie.
All right. Good morning. Just briefly wanted to provide a status update. I think it's been some time since there's been any discussion on the DNRC review of suspended registrations. And just as a brief reminder, these are registrations that DNRC's regional offices would have received from the mid-90s up until the effective date. And so those have been reviewed. There's just under 1,400 of them. And so we are meeting internally to decide and align within the water division here at DNRC how to best suggest transferring those to the office, to the board, and then subsequently to the office of the engineer. So a lot of progress is there. Just wanted to highlight that in a month or less, we will be reaching out to Ethan and his staff to talk about next steps with those. Did also just want to mention, similarly, we also have about 1,400 180-day registrations that would have come in for the 180-day period after the effective date. And so we have started that. Reconciling duplicates between those two layers, I think, will be an essential and valuable task. So that might be one of the things that suggests we wait on transferring those until that review and duplication check can be done. But just wanted to quickly provide a status update. And I know Ethan's intimately familiar with both of those packages of water rates, but I just wanted to offer an update there for the board and for staff.
Thank you. Any questions from the board?
How soon do you think you'll have the first batch ready on this?
About a month.
That's hard to say. I think we'll align internally with DNRC, so I'm not offering something that we can't do. And then I think we'll talk with Ethan and his staff about how to transfer them wholesale or in batch, and if we need to wait until the 180 days are done, so review of the duplicates can get done. So those, hard to predict a timeline. Those are important elements we want to talk with Ethan about before any timelines are projected or shared.
Okay, thank you, Arnie.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Roger.
One more thing, Arnie, that you may want to do is kind of have a pre-meeting with Ethan and his staff, so you can discuss how to process those applications or those prior to transferring.
No, absolutely, Roger. We were hoping to do that, and recognizing some of these, at least the suspendeds, are now in the database. there's just a lot of consideration and nuance to it. So hence the need for a few weeks for us to talk through that internally, and then we'll reach out to Ethan to align on the issue.
Great, thanks, Arnie.
Sure thing. Thank you for the time.
Hey, Georgia, anything? Ethan, any follow-up comment?
No, sir.
You're familiar with all that and you're gonna be good to go?
Yep, we've already talked a little bit about, I think we've had some preliminary back and forth about setting up that meeting, and we're not quite there yet, but I expect we'll get there soon.
Yeah, that sounds like a good heads up. Thanks, Arnie. Any other public comment from anyone not on the agenda? Anyone else online?
If you'd like to make a public comment, you can raise your hand and we can allow you to speak. Yeah, no one else.
Looks like that's it. Thank you. We're moving on. Close public comments. Okay. Board business from past meetings to discuss. I think I didn't have anything other than the personnel discussion we'll have at the end of the meeting today. So Roger, do you have anything? Georgia? Okay. And committee work report. So we'll talk about the personnel item at the end of the meeting. Was there an insurance update? Oh, Roger.
Brief update. So we have, Ken and I are the committee on that, I guess, and we've solicited proposals from 3 different carriers and are in the process of doing that. The one we met about 2 weeks ago with Adele Vincent here in Ronan, and he was going to give us an updated proposal on Blue Cross Blue Shield. We're still awaiting that. And so by the next meeting, we're hoping we have something like to tentatively put that on the next board schedule.
We're good. Thank you. Georgia, any questions?
Yeah.
Okay. The 3 proposals you just are from, it doesn't matter. I guess we can get that later. But
Yeah, well, one proposal was from DAS. I can't remember what that stands for exactly. They are on Helena, I believe.
Yep,
Another
Billings. I think they're Billings.
proposal- Another proposal was from Kane West, which is now called something else, but out of Kalispell, and the 3rd proposal is from Patel Insurance here in Ronan, and that's the one we're waiting.
and that's Blue Cross. Okay, very good. Thank you. Hey, we're up to item number 4 already. Water engineer report.
Mr. Chairman, board members, what do I have to report today? In your packet, you'll have a spreadsheet update for where we're at with water right work, I think. Yes. It should look like this right here. And this is just kind of our standard update on where we're at on receiving and so forth. This particular update is exciting for us because you'll see that we have a new column called issued. And we have now hit the edge of the curve, and we're starting to issue the 60 DF domestic allowances, and that's pretty exciting for us. Anyway.
Good, thank you.
And
the number keep going up.
yes, sir. Quite a bit of water right work. You'll also notice in here we have some other unique and interesting ones. We've got a couple of stock water allowances that are new. We got a geothermal well application that's come in and been approved to move forward. And then we have these 180-day and suspended rights. We've issued 19 of those so far. And those, as the board may recall, I'll remind you here, when we have a situation like a subdivision or a really pending and important activity that needs to get some higher level of certainty on a suspended right or 180-day right, we try to do what we can to help the public move forward with those.
And
Yes, sir.
Comments? Roger?
Just an observation. I think about where we started, and it just seems appropriate to take a moment and appreciate the good work that's been done. So thank you, staff.
For the board as well, because you did suffer through the approval of all those forms and the processes that we've gone through and the various requests and watching the making of the sausage to get us to this point. So we commend you and appreciate your time on these things.
Thank you.
All right, in my report today, I have some other items just listed out, and I hope I can just verbally go through these.
Yes, please.
Number one, I'd like to give you an update on our IT transition plan. We will be flying solo through October. All of our security and firewalls are in place, but we are officially in the transition phase between our former IT providers and the new contract, which will get onboarded with them on October the 30th is when that starts. Now, we do have security measures in place. James and I are capable of helping if you have a catastrophe on your machine. So we'll do our best to try to respond to you, but do recognize this is a good time not to download any unknown attachments or things like that, and appreciate your attentiveness for when we do have that October 30th day approach where I'm going to want you to bring your equipment in and we can do some revamping and some updating. And so thank you in advance for help with that. We do anticipate it will be an improvement for the log-on procedures that you would see at your end as an end user. I will also note that this will result in a savings for us of approximately $1,205 a month, which is $14,460 a year, which is a pretty significant. That's at full build out, by the way, not at our current status, but that's like after we have everybody that we need to serve the IT endpoint at. So anyway, just wanted to let you know that that's where we're at with that project. Job description. Yes, sir. Sorry.
Thank you.
Yep. And thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry to just blow through these things. Do stop me anytime. Job descriptions. I had distributed 3 job descriptions for a compliance technician, a resource specialist, and a hydrologist / hydrogeologist. The current approach where those are at is that they are set to solicit an array of folks the way that you might see a federal job being offered where it was like a GS 7 to 11 kind of an arrangement. The jobs themselves, the way that they are currently written, it would enable us to, bring in somebody with more experience, or absent that, in the hiring pool and the application in the applicant pool, we could also pick up somebody at the lower tier of those particular position or job descriptions. As of now, I don't think that one of the board members likes the approach that much. I thought we were, I had distributed one previously. We did talk about it at the August meeting, I thought we were good to go with that format. But I do need the board to figure out what you want to see that's different from what I have offered. I certainly built the two new ones based on that first one that I put out there to get the board's feedback about. And so please do let me know what you want to see. And please do ask me questions about it. You know, they certainly will try to do what we can to get things situated in a way that the board likes, but I will be held up on outreach until that's resolved.
Is it, they're not advertised yet.
No,
Okay.
no.
So the personnel committee was Teresa and
It's you, Georgia.
so have you, I don't know if you have any input on that yet. at this
I have
point.
looked over Teresa's comments on that and have kind of leaned into her experience since this is her wheelhouse. But I think one of her primary concerns is that the job descriptions as advertised need to be in line with the budget. And so that's gonna take some revisiting. In terms of the description of the job duties and things like that, I don't think there's any concern. It's just a matter of how we advertise them to make sure we're fiscally responsible. So,
Budget alignment is one. The other piece that was just, I think, at least worthy of this discussion is the question about whether you're advertising a position description and then look for someone to fill that position, or
right.
I'm trying to understand and give it the appropriate language, but I'll call it or advertise it as a tiered position where people can apply and we can select from the applicants, and the lesser applicants would have a lesser PD and more experienced applicants would have a greater PD. But I'm not sure what goes out to actually achieve that. I don't know how that works. So, can you help explain that?
Mr. Chairman, board members, I do think that the current job descriptions, as they said, allow for a solicitation of casting a wider net and then choosing a placement within the 3-tier system based on experience and education. Similar to other, I mean, the bulk of my familiarity with that approach comes from working for the Forest Service for a number of years and hiring 30 some odd people through the Forest Service process, where you can solicit folks that would be able to apply for either the lower tier of a survey crew or the lead, and that, you know, come all, and then sort of see what you get. For us, each 3 of the positions is needed. They are accommodated by the budget, the rough budget that we have from the state and the tribes in the funding agreement. And ideally, we'd hire at the higher end of those tiers if we can find that. But also ideally, we'd hire somebody at a lower tier if we don't have a more experienced applicant that comes in. But again, board members, just let me know what you want to see.
Can you name those PDs again?
One of the compliance tech is the position that is the closest to what we have as an entry position, and it includes administrative assistant, percentage of the work, and the amount of the admin to compliance tech balance is intended to be balanced based on somebody's experience. The second one is a water resources specialist, of which we've already hired 2. And that, you know, that, those levels, generally track also the DNRC levels, that are out there and available. They have tiers within the water resources specialist positions. And then the third one is the hydrologist / hydrogeologist, which is an even wider range on the experiential level, which again, we would take the most experienced hydrologist or hydrogeologist that we could find. But I don't know until we run an advertisement who all would be willing to apply, but we do get in a little bit of a tighter bind if we set things at a tier level 3, which would have hard fixed minimums, and then nobody gets it. You know, nobody is in the pool that has the master's degree and the number of years of experience that you're looking for a tier 3 hydrologist or hydrogeologist.
Just a quick question, pause, has Ken made it on yet? Okay.
I sent him an email as well.
All right. As we continue this discussion then, so comment, questions, okay. Roger.
Just follow up a little bit. I think, and echoing what I think are Teresa's concerns, were one that he wanted to see, he likes to see specific PDs that are written to an individual, because then that's the basis for their employment, and they know what their role is going to be. Whereas it's real broad, and I can see both sides of it. Where it's real broad, and there may be expectations that are fulfilled by the employee that's coming in, that they're thinking they're going to be hired to do one thing and really not, or they think they fit a category that they don't. So that was what I believe was one of the primary concern. And then her other concern was the budget, that how does this impact the budget? So I don't know if you have the budget in your budget discussion in your work today or not.
Just a very brief update, but no, I'm not planning on pulling up in that spreadsheet today.
So one thing, even now, it's pretty easy to do that, but most of the talk that Arnie with, and Arnie could send you the budget that's been developed in the open field. Because that field office best mimics this office. And so manage a 6-person office and has staff. So then I think you have that kind of budgeted, and then generate one quicker. I hadn't been sick all last week. I would have got to these, to be honest, I kind of read them, but I will read them. But and then I was going to send you a couple examples from Flathead County to their specific standard budget on how to set up the budget. Think maybe for the next meeting we could have both budget and these things on the agenda. I agree with you, Ethan. I think we need to put these out, prove, and get you hired. I want to expedite that, but since we don't have a forum today, I guess at this point, maybe we can be ready for next meeting. Yeah, let's move forward. So
Mr. Vice Chairman, it's a bit of a weird spot because I do have approval from you to hire the positions. I just don't have approval for the job descriptions. And so that's a weird spot to be in. But that said, you were since you missed the August meeting, I did want to chime in one thing that was discussed about the job descriptions and the position descriptions, if it helps. But I did follow suit with guidance I got from MIT, and MIT suggested making a job description that generally covers the entire tier of that particular job, all levels of it, and that once you hire based on the experience level and where you actually want to situate somebody that level in your organization, which could be a budget factor as much as anything, okay? Because that is our determination in this office, is to like, you don't have to hire somebody outside. If we get a one position that's at the type 3, maybe we just do one of the other ones at a lower tier because it makes sense budget wise, right? But the net result is that everybody and Christy and Anna and James are all covered under job descriptions, and then they have an individual position description. And the position description actually situates that particular employee where they need to be, what level they're at, what the expectations are for that particular position. And the reason that at least MIT made for that is that, yes, sir. Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Yep. I mean, I'm not going to mess around, but when I'm looking for guidance, I'm going to look for, what are the smart people doing? And then I'll try to mimic that. So, and their rationale is that, obviously you would need to have some custom tailor in a position description based on someone's just straight up abilities, right? So you wouldn't, although there might be a scenario where you have a water resources specialist that you're like, all right, you're an excellent GIS person. I'm going to put you in this level, and I'm going to make a larger percentage of your job handling, our organization's GIS needs, and like as an expectation. But if you ended up hiring somebody who has a different skill set, not so good on the GIS, it'd be a mistake to put that in their position description. So,
Just one other comment, as Teresa and I were going back and forth, it does become a circular discussion in the sense that we need these jobs. You need to fly these jobs. We want you to fly these jobs, but we're still in the midst of defining some of our personnel policies. And this isn't defined, right? This approach. And so I know that, just like Roger said, Teresa is much more comfortable with a specific PD or job description and an organizational chart and getting that framework very firmly established. So I'm just trying to speak for her just for a little moment here. So I think that's part of this too. And we have personnel policy that's still being defined, and we don't have a specific approach defined yet. So that's something we need to work on, certainly. And hopefully today we can look into some clear path forward. But
Well, I think
it's confusing, that's why.
I think we're close, and we just want to, maybe until we do have a policy in place, make sure that as we move forward, the board's comfortable. I think we're very close, but Roger suggested maybe we pull it together and try to have a final discussion on this by the next session, by the next meeting. Now, so what happens between now and then? And I know we've asked created a personnel committee, but, and I know Teresa has been busy and she's out for personal reasons today. What I would propose is that, Georgia, if Teresa's available, that you take a look at these, and Roger, if you would like to join, take a look at these, and then also in the meantime, actually sit down with Ethan and get as clear understanding as you need to help us figure out, exactly how we want to approach this so that we can get that. And then come back with that recommendation. So we do one or the other, and then recommend, and then we move on. I think we're really close, because I get the concept. I've approached it differently in the past, where we've targeted a position and said, recognizing that we may not get somebody who meets the upper level when we advertise. I've advertised positions in the past that actually created two tiers, a level 1 and level 2 position description. So we'll advertise the level 1 position description, and within that, specify what they need to do to be able to qualify for level 2. And once they qualify, then we can automatically promote them into a level 2. It's a thought. It might be worth, maybe we advertise the full position, go after what we want, and if we don't get it, and then maybe we look at one. I'm not, maybe maybe your approach is going to result in the same thing, but if that doesn't, then maybe we step it back and say, all right, let's create a tiered PD where somebody comes in at a lower level. We have a higher level, but they have to do certain things to qualify for it. Quite similar to what we're doing internally. Right, we're saying, this is what you're doing, you train, you qualify for this, then we, once you meet these requirements, then you qualify for this, and then we move you into that. That's what's in my head, but you guys take a look at it, review, meet with Ethan. Let's get a recommendation. And I think once we're comfortable with whatever approach it is, I think it won't be as, we won't have to go through this every time. I think just right now, we just need to carefully step through this, make sure we're comfortable, and then move on. So, and that's what's in my head. So yeah, Roger.
Yeah, I'd be glad. Yes, with that, I got a text, getting online.
I'm calling because I had someone calling into my phone. That was him.
I'm trying to figure out where the,
Not working yet.
Okay, so with that, comments. Roger, any more comments?
I would like to offer comments.
Georgia, any more comments? Okay, Ethan.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, Board Member Smees, I will remind you, we've already hired 5 people. You hired me under a $30,000 swing from the low to the high, that position that flew. To wait till everything is like perfectly all in order is not only not necessary, it's it makes it hard. So if we go on the best case scenario, say you meet again in a month for an official board meeting, then that advertisement goes out. It's got to be out for a month. We're already at 2 months before I'm interviewing anybody, which is okay.
Yeah.
Okay. It's okay. I just want you to be very familiar with the timeline that you are embracing right now.
I appreciate that.
Okay.
So that reminded me, one of the thoughts I had was, even though we don't, I mean, if Ken is on and we can agree to, that we can approach, between now and the next meeting, if we can, in concept, agree that we need to get positions advertised, we just need to settle on the approach. If we can, if you will make the recommendation, and we can agree in between time by email, and then give that direction, and that they can proceed, then I'd be willing to take that approach between now and the next meeting, and then just give it their final blessings at the next meeting. That way we don't have to wait until the next meeting, but that's a thought I have. I don't know if that's, you'd be interested in that or not, but if you would, that would be another way to continue to keep this moving without having to just sit and wait until the next meeting. And because I do agree, and we all agree we want to get this moving, but if we all agree that that's an option, then we can, I'd be willing to do that. If that makes, I don't know if I made any sense, but that's.
It makes sense. I'm just gonna try to channel Teresa for a moment, and I'm sure I'm gonna do it badly. So ask for grace in advance. I think one of the things that I've heard Teresa consistently express is, yes, we need these jobs, and I concur, we need to have them filled. But at the last meeting, when there's this potential for shortfall on funding, right, it's going to be appropriations and whatnot. So if we have a swing in the budget on a hire, where does that put us in that spectrum? And, you know, we are being scrutinized, and we want to be really, really wise about our budget and our funding. And I know that is always a concern she raises, so I'm raising it on her behalf right now.
I think that's absolutely appropriate. So maybe the parallel thing we need is to have that budget in hand, so that we can collectively be comfortable with that and agree that, yeah, we're ready and we have the funding and let's move on.
One of these positions was already here. I mean, so
Okay.
this isn't like it's not like a new, you know,
Understood, but how and when can we get the budget to help us? That's.
okay. I think I can get you a draft budget by the end of the week that you can make comments on. If you want it to look more like the Bozeman field office budget, then I gotta wait. The budget, I'm gonna skip around here a little bit, but what I'm really working on right now is teasing out the indirect costs with payroll, which are essential towards meeting all of our needs, and getting the new, I want to be able to accurately project, you know, kind of what percentage for our workman's comp needs that we've got. They are significant costs. Okay. We have now got a good projection for retirement. You know, the wild card will be the health insurance. I'm going to just guess high. The state budget does, the part that came from the state and the tribes, excuse me, does actually include like a salary plus a huge, you know, indirect amount that makes up for the benefits, taxes, insurance, and so forth. So
I think you might be perfectly comfortable that we just need to see it.
Yep.
So that we can.
fair enough, and we can do that. Yep.
Anything else right now?
No, but I'm not opposed to working on this, having an interim call.
We just keep it moving. That'd be good. Okay, very good.
And
Do we know if Ken's on yet?
Ken wasn't.
Okay, that's fine. When he does, just let us know.
thanks. I can't quite figure. Oh, here's the participant button. Okay. Thank you for that attention to that. The next item I'd like to tell you about is the website. We received a couple of comments really just from Georgia, and that is about the query system button. And I have later in the agenda, we do have a draft letter that would, we could send out. It's up to you if you want to do that. Which asks, if you look at the last page, it's the easiest, and we'll get to that item later, but it helps to further address what you're getting at. But did we implement the change to that? Okay, let me just see if I can get the oh man, where no, there's the sandwich place. Yeah, well, it looks like I've lost my tab for the website. Can you pull it up and share your screen? Is that an option for you? That'd be handy for me.
Well, while we're waiting, I just thought what you guys have done with the website is wonderful. I really like how it functions. And I appreciate your taking the time to address those.
Well, we're doing what we can from our end. I will also, while we're doing this, I will say Ken may not be online yet, but okay. And let's see if I can allow Ken to speak.
Ken, you there?
Just one second.
Yeah.
There, that's better. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
You. Welcome.
Thank you. Sorry, I thought the meeting started at 1.
No, that's all right. We're about done.
Oh, good.
No, sorry for the confusion then. I think we started at 10. We just went ahead and continued with discussion, and we are currently in the middle of the Ethan's report, and we just discussed some of the potential advertising and budget issues. So let me just touch on that real quickly for you. So what's going to happen is Georgia, with Teresa, if she's available, and Roger, are going to take a look at the position description approach that Ethan has laid out and come back with a recommendation to the group. And we've agreed that in order to keep this moving tentatively, that what we'll do is hear from them, between meetings by email. And if we can all come to at least consensus, if not agreement, on the approach for these position descriptions, including a discussion of where we're at with the budget, then we will by email authorize them to move forward. And then we can confirm all that at the next meeting. So we don't have to wait till the next meeting before all this is finalized. So that's kind of where we left that piece of it. So I don't know if you've had a chance to look at any of that, or if that makes sense, but I'll stop there, Ken, and see if you
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I can barely hear you, so I'm going to run back to my house and get a pair of earphones. I'll be gone for maybe 20 seconds.
Okay. He's not at his house, where is he?
He has his office and outside in a separate building.
Sounds like a man shed. Okay, board member Smees, I've got this middle section here. Find water right information. In absent the letter that we'll get to later, this is the closest thing that we could do to try to address your specific, and I do appreciate the specificity that you brought forward in your concern. And so we've tried to put some language in there that talks about how that water right query system does in fact include water right information from the board and the Office of the Engineer here on the reservation, as well as the DNRC stuff. And now, that said, we have higher hopes, that we'll talk about in a little bit once we go to the query system. But yes, sir.
So Ethan, really applaud one quick question. I know Flathead County, they have a really comprehensive, robust GIS system. I don't know if Lake County ever heard that or not, you know, what the status of that is.
I don't usually use the county's GIS systems that much.
I guess it'd be worth checking to see if it's worth linking either Lake County or Flathead.
But we certainly,
Lake County,
okay.
But Flathead County updates their system before the DAS before they.
Okay.
It's actually much better
Okay,
than the
Yeah.
Department of Revenue.
yeah.
FYI.
Mr. Frakes, could you put that on your to-do list so that we'll, and you can force me to, play along with, looking at the county GIS information so that we can figure out what to link to. And, additionally, we will have our own GIS system, there, but, you know, we're excited that that's gonna happen one day. First, we'll build a place to put it, right? And I'm very optimistic about it. I've built that for off the reservation before, and we will accomplish that. It'll be nice, be very useful for folks. So that said, Ken's not on yet, so he's not going to hear it. But I don't have bios for the vice chairman or board member Pitt. So I encourage you. We are going to publish without it. If I'm just letting you know, we tried to, we want you to be well represented on the website, but we're looking at early next week, having this go live. Okay, yeah, and we can fix it later, but it'd be nice to get it in there. So sorry for the nit, but anyway, now that's all I have for the website, unless I'll answer questions if I can.
Anything else on the website? Okay, Ken, you there yet?
I'm on.
Hi, can you hear me better?
Yes, much better.
All right, thank you. So we just touched on the website. Is this, can he see this?
Oh, no, I forgot to share it, Mr. Chairman. Hold on. Where's the share button? Oh, it's here. Thank you. I do need that help. Feel free to backseat drive. Now I believe board member Pitt can see the FRWMB website. Can you, sir?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
So we had just touched on that, and I think Ethan was just kind of generally reviewing it, but also touching on a specific comment that Georgia had, and apparently it got addressed.
You did, may I share
Yes.
one comment? I can't remember if I said that out on the email, apparently I did. If you open up the query system as it is right now, it only shows the DNRC logo. So if a reservation resident opened that up for query, it doesn't reflect the full nature of this board.
Yes.
So I have just requested that the FRWMB logo be added to it to represent both entities. And I reviewed your letter. It just sounds wonderful. So
And that is an item that you guys could take action on later in the agenda, by the way, if you,
The letter is.
it's about this particular website topic.
Okay.
I'm, you know, I don't want to circumvent the process, because that is an action item, right? And we're just stuck in my updates right now, but now, board members, if I could switch gears and give you an update about the water rights information system project that we are immersed in with DNRC and tribes. We continue, yes, sir, that is, and we continue to make excellent headway. My understanding from the last report is that about 65% of the discovery portion of that project is complete. And again, it's an estimate offered by somebody else, so I can't fully verify that. But and my additional understanding is that the discovery portion is like 60% of the total project. So 65% of 60% is done, right? And and then the following bits is the, you know, where they actually make the changes to the database, which is about 20%, and that's less on us and more on the contractor hired. And then thank you, sorry about that. And then and then the last bit is testing, which is about another 20%. And so I will remind the board that you told me to prioritize that work, and we have prioritized that work. We owe lots of gratitude to James, to Anna, to Kathy Schubert for moving this along. I'll let you know that right now James has almost single-handedly provided approximately 35 reports for issuances and what the changes are going to look like, all of this stuff, you know, so that those are about to go into a more formal review for our WRVER team. Then there's about 200 or so water right remarks that are being custom tailored for this office for the administration of water rights. Okay. And, you know, and then we have, I do believe we're at a spot right now where we've got almost everything sorted out for determination of all the water right types. I do have one item to bring to your attention, but before this, I will mention that Ben and Amanda here with this are also participants in that project work, and so we're very appreciative of them as well. So now there's a question for you, and it is something I do need to get sorted out. It's not it's more like if who's here could get a consensus, it's all I'm going to really need on this. But we have had some past discussions about a certain administrative water right action known as a split. Okay, a split is when you have a water right. Let's say it's on uniformly on a 20-acre parcel. Okay, and then let's say that parcel gets hypothetically divided in half into two 10-acre parcels. A split would be filed for on a Form 641. And then that would say, all right, half of the water of this water right is going to become one of the child rights. And then the other half of the water will become one of the other child rights. And now we have two water rights from one that can have separate ownerships, separate administration, you know, separate amounts. It's a split, right? They're all easy when it's this hypothetical situation that I just described, where you have uniform use across a 20-acre parcel, and it's split right down the middle, and everything is, oh yes, everybody can agree that's really just an ownership update. And that is how DNRC looks at them, as an ownership update. Okay. Now we had, and I don't know if you remember, you had some concerns that maybe there might be a situation where that split is a little more complicated, that, you know, maybe it's not, maybe the water right was really only for 15 acres and somebody needed to do a better job because only 5 of the acres is on the parcel to the west and 10 of the acres is on the parcel to the right. So we don't want to take, you know, that water right for 15 total acres and just cut it down the middle. We need a more thoughtful action. Okay. The reason I'm bringing it up is that DNRC does, in fact, in the database have one of the structures is this 641 split. Okay. We have kind of two paths that we can go on this. One path is that we just keep everything on the DNRC form, except that we set up an MOU with DNRC that says you just got to consult our office before you do a split. Okay. The other option is that we just create our own from scratch kind of a split. The reason that I'm having it brought forward to you is that it costs money to get a new database structure in there. That is separate and just for this office. And in fact, that operationally sort of serves something more akin to an ownership update than like a change of use. But we are kind of at a technological crossroads where I either got to, ask our team, direct our team to go in and start making a FRWMB 641 or rely on this other option where we just kind of work, in tandem with DNRC to get those done.
What, question, what water rights would we be talking about? Talking about water rights that have already been filed and are part of the DNRC database? Or are we talking about water rights that are filed with the water management board?
All of them.
So is that-
Claims, permits, the whole shebang. Yes, sir.
So ultimately, all of those are going to convert to the credit to our, under our umbrella, our authority.
Yes.
So is there a third option? And that is maybe we agree to have an MOU with them for a while, but move toward doing our own. I'm gonna say, I'd like to just do our own, but understand the cost element, but I think if we're gonna be independent and stand alone, I think we need to be independent and stand alone. So comments, other comments?
I completely agree. As you were unpacking this, the thought that came to my head is, well, rolling in with an MOU is expedient for now, and I understand the rationale for it. How does it look 10 years from now? And so I like the third option.
I heard the third option being is that we have a agreement with the DNRC, but then we ultimately.
That was my suggestion. I understand Ethan saying that he's at a crossroads technologically right now. So he needs to move toward that now. But maybe just in the meantime, maybe it's a month, maybe it's 6 months, maybe it's a year. But if that helps, I'd be willing to do that until we get something in place.
Yeah. Yes, I think one, I have a question for you. Why is it cost to handle this DNRC already handled 641 process? There's in addition to 641, there's another type of
642 sever, and I'm kind of going to group these together. I didn't want to overcomplicate the discussion.
so yeah, so that's why I'm bringing that up. They need to find out that they need to resurvey the whole land, and it takes a year to get that done. And so, and I've done severs before too, those are complicated. So I think that MOU initiative is start. But ultimately we get to the 641. They can be a lawyer.
Certainly, and the best I can do on answering the question about why it costs more is because it becomes like an application type. And for every application type that we add to the system, that it adds to what the contractors have to do. It's not a huge deal, but it's just more money. And I didn't want to yep. Okay.
Does that concept work
This is totally fine. This is exactly what I needed, and I'm good to go. I'm gonna go ahead and proceed down this avenue, and we'll accomplish things exactly how it was described here.
Georgia.
Just a thought, in order to help you and give a little more guidance, would it be appropriate to have a discussion in terms of what would need to be in place in terms of a timeline or staffing? What would need to happen in order to make that transition? So is this something we revisit once the office is staffed? Is this something we revisit a year from now? Would it help you at this point to have some sideboards on this, to know what needs to be in place for that transition?
I think so it'll come in as the whole package for all of WRVER to get done. And then we're gonna kind of, for better or for worse, we're gonna get, there you go. Good luck. And
Couple questions.
yes, sir.
At this moment, what is our time frame estimate for the database?
6 months.
And
We're wanting to get substantial work done by December, which is when Kathy Schubert becomes less available to us by the end of December. And she's a critical part of this. So you're going to see a ton of work happening over the next 2 months to get us moved through. And that's going to actually, the folks who got it up through the draft phase as much as they can are going to start really pounding on my door, because some of those reports that I just talked about, the 35 or so of them, all of the remarks and everything, they're all going to need a final review after the whole team goes through it, and the question will be, it's going to be hard for me to keep up with the rest of the folks, I'll be honest. So that's all going to kind of proceed. Of course, any board member who wants to volunteer time to help with those reviews we'll take it, especially on the edit front, because James and I are not the best at catching some types of edits, especially, and the remarks are all capitalized, so you can't cheat and use the spell check on the water right remarks that build the main construct of how all of the issuances can be conditioned or clarified through informational remarks or other types of, there's all sorts of remarks that go on water rights.
Talking about remarks that you select in there, or
that are selected and are part of the whole application and issuance.
Into the sort of a pull down menu type thing.
Yep.
Okay.
And like the water court uses them, what are called issue remarks, to designate like these things need to get fixed on this water right before it makes it through adjudication, right? That, and if you have a water right that has a mandatory water measurement, you get a remark. But every remark that we have has to have this office, the board reference. It's a whole different part of law. It's a whole different office that gets referenced. And so that's where we're at, is trying to move those DNRC specific remarks over into the FRWMB specific remarks.
So part of the reason for my question on the time frame is that time frame going to, I'm trying to understand how that will help with the time frame for bringing on the 2,800 applications that Arnie just mentioned.
And the fact that, functionally, we've had kind of like 2 full-time folks here. It is why, if you didn't notice me getting jittery about the hiring lag time, is that it's just, these things are just going to have to, some of these things are going to have to sit. There's not.
Well, I think though that what they're gonna you know, the first round, they're gonna transfer, they've already been, my understanding, they will have been reviewed and been interviewed. So those are pretty much gonna be a done deal. You got it, those findings were done under 602s, and you take those as prima facie evidence of what's on the water rights ballot. So, so those should be pretty straightforward. You know, and they've already, if there's something that, you know, more than 35 gallons a minute, they're gonna get thrown out. So those are already, some of it's gonna be weeded out. Greater than 10 feet or whatever. So some of that's gonna, I think, gonna be done.
Just timing wise,
That first batch of filing, second batch of filing.
well, and that was what I was trying to listen to what Bonnie said in that second half. 180 days, he said, one of the things they want to do before, possibly before transferring anything, is to get through a review to eliminate duplicates. So that, I'm just, Arnie, if you're still there, is there a time frame you had in mind for all that? I know that, okay. So I'm not sure what his time frame he had in mind for that, but
No, and that's why I really want to get a meeting with everybody, sit down and hash that out. So that, process to undertake that. When they're ready to move.
sure,
Travel over.
maybe we just continue to have this discussion and review meeting by meeting here so that we can stay on top of it.
And you should understand that anything that's not correct, we're supposed to have a claimant contact step that will be significant. And I do think you should be a part of that meeting when we start talking about the transfer. I think that would be, I encourage you to find the time to join us for that, if the vice chairman is willing, because I think it's a little bit more complicated than, and the better informed that we are, the better we'll move along, I think. So. Jordan.
Well, just a question. One of the other things you raised, Ethan, was the need to get some assistance on edits. Is this just grammatical type stuff?
Oh, yeah.
It can help.
You've seen my stuff. It's written fast. You know, and sometimes I don't even have time to proofread it before it goes out. So, so yes, I would absolutely lean on you for that. And in fact, I'm going to redirect my little thing here, and I'm going to take this to a slightly larger question, which is that I am going to encourage that the board members find maybe some time in their schedule to let us know when they could come to this office and just sort of see what we're doing. Jump in, you know, come serve a half day with the office on you know, on water right review day, on whatever. I mean, it might even be an opportunity for you to find out things we're doing that you don't like. It might be an opportunity to just be like, oh, you're doing everything great. Whatever it is, we would benefit from the help. I think it would be a good team building opportunity. I think it would build like a better connection. We will hold you back from any of the decision activities so that it will not impinge upon your appeal, your charge of having to serve as the appellate body for things right that. But I do think that, you know, the day-to-day activities, I think it would be a benefit for folks to just be in here for a little bit of time. I know it's asking a lot. I think you could agree that the compensation arrangement would, I mean, I think if this board for you today say that is a thing that can happen and is eligible for board compensation, that would help at least, you know, so that when you came in, there could be a compensation filing. Yeah. And you could pick a pet project. Things that the engineer's not doing fast enough that I want to go faster. we're gonna work on that when I come in, okay? You know, so I'm just,
Well, I just think mostly for me, a learning process to start with, to see. See what there is. I mean, I've got I've got a broad concept in mind about what the day-to-day stuff would be, just mostly learning to start with. Yeah, it'd be great. That'd be great. Yeah, great.
okay, that would be, I guess, maybe when you get to, board member updates, you can take and I don't know, you have to, I can't remember the bylaws. Is it just a consensus that it is actually just you? All you have to do is say that that's eligible for the compensation. I had forgotten. It doesn't take a whole board activity.
Yeah,
So.
get that, but I would take input from everyone. Where are you at in your report?
I am at the budget is developing nicely. Development, domestic allowances is moving along. I am moving budget information into a Teams group so that the state and the tribes can have access to it. Because we ran into a small issue. Sorry, somebody was texting me live during the meeting here. I hate to look at my phone while people are, I thought I might be screwing something up, but so I'm going to get all of the reports that we get from Marie and put them in a Teams arrangement so that anybody who needs access to it would be able to access things that way, which gets you outside, you know, so folks from outside of our direct organization will be able to get things. That's going to take care of that. And then I was going to ask James about the sign. Where are we at with the sign?
It's been ordered.
Okay.
It's in production.
Great. Sign for the front door is ordered and in production. And then I will warn you that office is going to be a little thin next week because we are taking opportunity to go to the AWRA, the American Water Resources Association. And as a professional development, we're hoping that Christy will be available to help staff the office, but you may see some closures because we just don't have a way to be in multiple places at once. And that we've coupled that. DNRC has been kind enough to extend their option to do some field flow measurement training for Mr. Frakes, which is part of his professional development plan. So and we do have a flow meter upstairs that DNRC has loaned us. Part of the budget that I will be offering to you is the purchase of one. It will shock you how much they cost. But anyway, and then I can shut up about the engineer's report. That was probably too much, but
Any more questions, Brett? So let me hit pause and just go in. So with Ken on the, you didn't take action on the minutes, excuse me, on the agenda. And then I noticed we don't have on the agenda the previous minutes. We probably want to go ahead and just take action to approve those if everyone is okay with that. So let me move back to today's agenda, October 3rd. We had by consensus agreed to that. So if we want to take action on that, I'll take a motion to approve today's agenda.
Make a motion to approve the item.
Motion by Roger, second by Georgia. Ken, can you hear us?
Yes, you can.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, aye. So that is approved. And while it wasn't on the agenda, I just had a question. So was it are we intended to approve minutes from the September 7th meeting?
yeah, item 3.3, sir.
Did I miss that? I missed it.
It's okay.
I missed it. So
Yep.
I'll skip. So we needed to have Ken available to take action on that. So the September 7 minutes, you have those in the file. Ken, do you have those or can you see those?
No, I can't, but I'll defer to you folks on that.
You sure? Is there a way to bring those up?
They went out with the distribution email with all the meeting materials, but I can try to bring.
Well, Ken, are you sure? I mean, I don't want to,
Yeah, I was looking for it earlier and I don't see him anywhere, so it's probably a mistake on my end.
now can we email those to him right now?
He needs to look at them because I can't have that staying. I didn't.
So let's get them to you right now, Ken,
Okay,
and take just a minute to have you take a look at those. And while we're doing that, we'll take sort of a unofficial pause in the action. Let Ken do that. And Ken, just holler when you had a chance to look at those.
I will. Can you all see me? Because I don't see myself.
I hear you.
Okay, there's something weird going on, but I can hear you fine.
If
you, Roger, have to abstain, we can't take action on them anyway.
Yeah, because
So
you only vote on. Or for a quorum.
we could do that. Yeah, that's fine.
I just sent the meeting materials today.
As did I.
We got a boatload of things coming by email, so what we're looking for is the September 7 minutes.
Okay, I got him.
Okay, so take a minute. Let us know when you're ready.
Ready.
Okay, if between Ken and Georgia, if you're ready, I'll take a motion to approve. If you're so inclined.
Mr. Chair, I move that we accept the September 7th meeting minutes as provided.
Okay, motion.
Second.
Second, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Roger was abstained from that. Thank you. Okay. So we got through the engineer's report. We are on to item number 5, discuss the assessment to subdivision. And it says form number WRVER. So Ethan, is that you? Who's that?
Just 1 second. I just need to make some notes about the minutes to make sure that I capture the, I'll forget later, but I need to make sure that Roger is listed as abstaining and, all right, sorry about that delay, Mr. Chairman.
Good.
I'm happy to do this and lead you into this conversation. I'm also happy to sit back and let Roger and or Ken lead us into that conversation. It is, I serve the board at its discretion. I wasn't sure where you wanted to go with this. It was something originally asked for by board member Pitt. And, you know, I'm again, happy to frame the situation if that's what the board would like.
Just remind us what we're doing and then we'll have a discussion. So go ahead.
Okay. So we had, the board had previously considered form number WRVER, which is a water right verification request. And I'm on the right spot, aren't I? Okay, good. And that form is the thing that an applicant would file if they're going through the subdivision process with the Montana Department of Environmental Quality. And they would they would normally, off the reservation, they would need, if they had their subdivision and part of their subdivision had an existing water right that was used for one of the houses or one of the features of the subdivision, they would have to demonstrate to the Montana DEQ that they did have either an appropriate water right or a pathway towards approval of getting a new water right for things that don't have an existing water right. Now, we are and have been actively handling one phase of that, which is the new water right. So if somebody comes in, they've got a proposed subdivision, they apply to us. And by subdivision, I want to preface things that smaller divisions of land, like from one parcel to two parcels, is considered a subdivision in this particular definition. This is not, something, like the 1,000 houses kind of subdivision. So even basic lot boundary changes and septic changes trigger this type of a review, and DEQ in almost all cases looks to the water administrators to clarify issues about whether or not a new water right can be gotten, and they want to know that in advance before they make approval for a subdivision, or whether or not the existing water right is in fact a legitimate verified use that could be out there. I'll remind us, our office has had some interesting back and forth with this particular topic. You could convince me on some days of different directions to go with it, but one thing does remain clear and present is that it is an activity that people need, and they are asking our office to get it done. We did engage with DNRC a little bit about the option of an interim arrangement for this. Frankly, it has proven in the one instance where we did the interim arrangement I think it actually cost us more time to have the help because there's two different agencies trying to coordinate, and there's some differences also maybe about how this office might make these decisions and determinations versus another office. I will also let the board know that since I think it was in April of last year, the Montana DEQ did revise their administrative rules that talk about an applicant's requirement to get some sort of a verification of their existing right or approval of a new use, and they changed their administrative rules from only referencing the Montana DNRC to expanding that, saying on a reservation, seeking the clarification from the appropriate board. And that was specifically because of this board. And so that rule change has gone into effect. And so what we were trying to do is create a form. We do want to receive some sort of an application fee, which is part of why I wanted to have a form. We also did need you to review this form and decide if it was appropriate. Since that time, I did have some interactions with Vice Chairman Noble and legal counsel and so forth, and we talked a little bit more about the ins and outs of this particular function, and where it was left in my mind, and I am open to clarifications or things that I might have missed, was that okay, we're concerned that this might suck up too much time, which is a legitimate concern. Is this where our priority needs to be? And two, we're concerned that maybe we need to have some sort of policy sideboards about how generally the office would approach existing uses and the verification of those water rights. And I hope that I did justice to this summary, and I will shut up now.
Can you see that form? I mean, are you able to pull it up on the email that was just sent to you?
Hold on.
It's the number WRVER, water right verification request form.
Yes.
Okay, so comment.
I appreciate your explanation, Ethan. I think my concern is pretty much resolved. I didn't understand the reference, in your email to the administrative rules, but then today you mentioned their DEQ's administrative rules, and that helped. That was my last real concern. That's it. Taken care of for me. Can't speak for Roger though.
That's my segue.
DEQ.
All right, so, yes, yeah, I had expressed concern about given a mandate to get up and running, that it's just to add another workload task to an already overloaded workload. Still though, and I think that can be resolved, and as Ethan mentioned, we had a conversation with Haley also, and it's gonna, what we saw with the previous example is that like other concern was that somebody might interpret these differently than they are supposed to be interpreted, which is what happened in my perspective previously with the funding. And so if we can come up with a statement or policy or something that says this is how we would do existing case water rights and board with this. I did also speak with Kathy Olson on this day. She said that told me that they're thinking about even discontinuing this option with the DEQ while they're in negotiations right now, because or had in discussions, I should say, not negotiations, but the DNRC is concerned, and I've seen this happen time and again, is that they'll review it, give the DEQ their review of it, and what developers are doing is they're taking these things and then trying to take the balance of what's left over for 602, which is a domestic development, and then add to find that happy balance. But in doing so, then the flow rate and the volume greatly reduced to that new property. You know, that volume, they're buying up a piece of ground that has 2 acres, and that volume might get to 200 square feet or something, you know, because of that's the balance of the building. And the developers trying to spread that across all of those new units that are created. So that's not currently put on a COSA, which is a certificate of subdivision approval. And so if the DEQ is willing to put that on then a COSA, then the DEQ, the NRC is okay with proceeding with this. But right now what's happening is doesn't get recorded. Somebody buys it, they think they can just go out and get 35 gallons a minute and they can't, and they don't.
So the information that you're talking about would be whatever modification there is to a water right in that process gets recorded on the DEQ form.
It's within that gets recorded as a condition or a remark on the certificate of subdivision approval, so that it's right up front. And then if the property buyer, when the property buyer buys it, they don't read the COSA, then that's their problem. If they don't know about it, then that's somebody else's.
For the record.
So that was what was expressed. new caveat for you.
Well, not really, because I think what she's really talking about is predetermination for a 602 that hasn't been applied for. And we don't do 602s. Our process has got other problems that are unique to the reservation, but that particular problem is now unique to off of the reservation. And on the reservation, nobody's going to be able to come in with the, you know, the general 10 acre foot and divide it by however many that they want to. So it is a little different.
There's already a 35 gallon but water right on these properties. You're reviewing that to see how it's going to be applied, aren't you?
They wouldn't be able to change the historic use of that, so it would be fixed. Now the off of the reservation, it is different because they all of a sudden get into this combined appropriations arrangement, which is an arrangement that's brought about by case law and legislative settlements and all sorts of other complicated factors. And so they're always trying to determine exactly how much of this total combined appropriation is already used up. For us, we're looking at a whole separate application process for domestic allowances, which has got its own complications. Don't get me wrong, okay? And it is part of what we are challenged with on the development domestic allowances is trying to come up with sensible policy that keeps us out of that past, you know, arrangement that DNRC has got to basically go out on the landscape with today. And so what we're really looking at is, as it sits historically, what is it? Was it a legitimate use? And
Well, not knowing the specifics of the process itself, I just want to clarify what I just heard. And what I just heard was, if you're on the reservation, your water rights are more closely protected than off the reservation, given this constraint, right? Did I hear that correctly? That this subdivision that can occur and actually lower the amount of water gallons per minute you get is better protected on the reservation because of this point? Or did I reach too far? That can't be done here.
Well, you can do a subdivision with a 10 acre foot, 35 gallon per minute use, which is the development domestic allowance. The difference is that the way that is governed is very different than how it's governed off of the reservation.
DNRC.
Right.
My question goes to DEQ. And so if DEQ and DNRC are in discussions, I mean, let me go to that. Is that something we should wait to hear on? Because if they're not going to continue, why should we?
They've got to come to some agreement, because right now the DEQ can issue a subdivision approval unless you straight down the line.
But if they come to some agreement. So
I guess my question though was that it's straightforward. I think it is. But they $35 a minute. They want to do that. We now use for 5 lots.
That's a change. And it would have to go through the full blown change authorization process. And that's how it would be off the reservation also. Is if,
my question is, how did DEQ handle it? what's DEQ's, I'm still absolutely unclear about
Well,
why DEQ needs, what DEQ needs the information for and what do they do with it?
what they do with it, is, like I was saying, they can't issue a COSA until there's a water right associated with that COSA. So be it 2 lots, 5 lots, 10 lots, they're not gonna issue a subdivision certificate of subdivision approval until they know that
So is DNRC, let's just talk about DNRC and DEQ right now. So is DNRC saying if there's a split, if there's a subdivision, is DNRC validating that there was an original claim on there or permit? Or are they validating how that split is occurring?
no, they're not validating. They can look at that part and it's getting against the valid zone, like, it's much.
If I may, I'm gonna help just with some context. In the past, before this arrangement existed, what was commonly happening, and it was a big deal on a particular Bitterroot Valley subdivision.
Yeah.
Yeah, also a big one over in Tura, where people made it all the way through the subdivision process, started putting homes in, couldn't get any water.
Mm.
So then now we have a disaster where there's no water available for the developments that some of which have already got substantial money tied up into these things. Okay, so this arrangement that we're talking about was intended to solve that problem. So that context, I think, will help here on why does DEQ want to have this information? DEQ is trying to avoid, and I'm not DEQ, obviously, it's my understanding, is that they're trying to avoid approving a subdivision that doesn't actually have water.
I can see this going a number of ways, but they're trying to avoid creating liability for themselves.
I don't even think it's liability. I think they're trying to be good stewards of the subdivision review process.
Because
I know that's altruistic.
on the other hand, in that particular example, I would think all the homeowners there would have ponied up for an attorney and said, we're suing because we should have known this ahead of time.
Well, they did, but they didn't sue the government. It is a buyer beware arrangement, and it was the developer who was on the hook for it. And in that particular arrangement, or at least one of them that I'm thinking of. But again, I think this was trying to prevent, that kind of issue from happening as the water budget across, especially Western, but also Gallatin, tightens up. You want to have certainty before somebody starts buying properties and building houses.
No. What I heard you say is that there's 2 parts. There's a recognition for this of the existing rights. And that basically with the NRC. And then there's the new stuff that we're doing. And you're handling that.
Yeah, we are handling any of the new applications. So
you got existing and new, and existing is primarily DNRC record. But we're going to get all that. That's the ultimate finish. So until we get that, should we be playing DNRC's role?
we already have the responsibility.
We have
The
the
compact, I know, but we do have the responsibility, and the database part of it, I mean, we can access the records for all these water rights. There's not some missing thing. Anybody can hop on to the water rights query system, the public water rights query system, and you can see all of the information about these existing water rights just as much as DNRC can.
Okay, so.
Okay, so we,
Question,
yes, sir.
how did it happen then that there was an observation that there was a water right, or may have been a water right? And yet when DNRC looked at it, this was last year, whenever that was, they determined that there was not a water.
I'm prepared to answer that question for you. Okay, so the type of water right that we're discussing right now is a groundwater certificate, and it comes in on a 602 form. Okay, and one of the requirements, statutory requirements, is that that water has already been put to use by the time the applicant files. It is a notice of completion. We have notices of completion here in this office, less than off of the reservation, because we tend to be a little bit more like a pre-review needed before you put a well in, okay? But that requirement is very clear in the application form that this water needs to already be put to use. It turned out that the 602 filing that was out there and in existence was made before the house was actually built. And so because it didn't technically meet that requirement back in the late 70s, where you went to the year that the filing was filed for, and you look at the air photo and there was no house there, DNRC said, well, the filing was erroneous because they were not putting water to use. They had pre-applied and then eventually built a house and hooked it up. Our take on it, when we looked at this particular water right, was that it was a water right for a house, small domestic use. There was one house. It was a match, okay? And part of what Roger's getting to is how much are we going to go back and dig through air photos to make sure that DNRC did an accurate job when they issued the right, to make sure that the applicant did an accurate job when they applied for the right. Are we going to go back and review, these historic documents, or are we going to take more of an on the surface approach where if the water right looks like it matches the use, and there seems like there's not much of a chance that somebody's going to be adversely affected from things, you just move on. I do think we do have the responsibility to try to help folks through it, though, because we are the water administrators for the reservation. And,
Is there, under the current situation, is there a possibility that someone will come in and say, I need your confirmation, and you say one thing and they don't agree, and then they go to DNRC and DNRC says something else?
Well, we don't have to care necessarily about what DNRC's take is on it.
Well, up until that point, the database is actually transferred. Isn't it still theirs?
No, the database is a functional piece that's out there, but the law has actually already transferred the administrative responsibilities to this board. And I mean, I know that we're not totally ready. We don't have all the staff. We're still needing to put things together for some of the application types, but there's not anything that's slowing us, that we have to wait. We don't have to wait for the database to embrace that role. And part of the reason why we put this in front of the board is that it is something that we could take care of before the database is done. And it is something that people have asked for. And so To me, it seemed like an easy, low-hanging fruit for one of the multitude of administrative things we need to ultimately serve that's a little on the easier side.
Roger.
So I guess initially I was. They did our. And so in our discussion, so he was saying, we heard that we should have a policy on how we do these. I'm okay now. Go ahead with this. Friday, work with Haley, or Haley develops policy on how this office is to review existing state.
Is it a policy that we decide, or is it a policy that we should come to the agreement with the state on?
It's our job.
Okay.
Our
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Ken.
could you repeat what Roger said or sum up? Because I could barely hear him. I'm sorry.
I'll have him repeat.
All right, sorry, Ben, for not speaking out of it. So I said I had come around now to saying, okay, I'm okay with this, if we proceed with this water right verification request, provided our legal counsel provides a method, a written policy of how we review state-based water rights, so then it is legally defensible for us to do.
Did you catch that?
Yeah, I did.
So, and you're kind of headed toward where my next question is going to go, and that is, so legally, we do that. Let me just throw it out this way. Why would we do that? Are we saying that, because the question I keep jumping to is, what's our liability if we get it wrong?
Well, yes. I would.
Is that why we do that?
Need to go back and review what it was, comprehensively, you have all of that language. Once the compact was created, the sole authority for water rights under regulation is the board. And so, I guess, it becomes our liability regardless. But I'm just trying to give us some legal protection for doing that. But also, I can see that this is gonna be integral moving forward with the next phases of the domestic development allowance, and once we get maybe the municipal water rights applications and those types of things. So,
Okay. So in that policy, and I don't know if it's in the ordinance or something we put in the policy, I mean, I agree. Should we, and maybe there's already an opportunity, should we provide that opportunity? So form gets submitted, they look at it and someone says, I don't agree with this. Do they have an opportunity to come back? They comment? How does that?
Mr. Chairman, board members, they could appeal any determination made by this office. First to you, then to a court of competent jurisdiction. And that is a part of the administrative resolution, that does avoid something like a loss, a fiscal based loss, because they have administrative means to resolve their issue.
So when they get this form or any other form, do we provide applicants with all of their rights as well? Or do we just assume that they're gonna read the ordinance?
That's the burden to know the law is on the people using the law. And so we do offer direct citations to sections of the ordinance whenever somebody's making an application for specific, if you're looking for stock water, we're gonna help you to stock water. If you actually do want to do an appeal, our office is gonna walk you to the appeals section of the ordinance. We will be doing policy additionally for a lot of things. We have kind of informal policy that you've approved pieces of, that we have documents about how we drive the individual and the shared domestic allowances. And so those policy pieces will be as available as anything also, and our website will be the main vehicle to provide the board's policies, which would be an additional clarification that supplements but does not overshadow the UAMO, because we can make clarifications on how we interpret things, but we can't rewrite the UAMO with policy.
Are you looking for action?
Let me add one last thing, if I may, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Ken, go ahead, and then Roger.
So Ethan's correct that the burden's on the person who wants to appeal, but in past experience, I've always found it very helpful to let people know what their appeal rights are up front.
Yeah. Okay, Roger.
So I had a motion, two motions. One motion is, I think, the vote. Motion that we have our legal counsel.
They provided in a vacuum or working with Ethan? Yeah. So, but were you looking for action today then? If so, then I'd be prepared to go.
Well, if Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, if you're going to change the filing fee, yes, you'd have to do that as an action. If I was already planning on drafting with Haley some policy about this, which would then allow you to look at that, and then that would be an action for a following meeting.
So could we take action on the amount and consensus on moving forward with policy, or do you want action on both? We'll take it.
I don't.
I can take action on the, I guess I would like to see our legal counsel develop this stuff and then get it.
Okay. Does that make sense?
That, Mr. Chairman, board members, and I'm not trying to seem argumentative, I will point out that is an expensive project. And I will also, just because I know all the moving parts with our legal team right now, their main priority is to try to get you to review the appeals procedures that you're looking at and move forward with what Ken is talking about. Can you hear me, Ken?
Yes.
Is that we do need to have better documentation than just that giant flow chart about the appeals arrangement. And so Haley has made it really clear to me that needs to get taken care of. That said, obviously I don't have a whole lot of time to write everything. I'm happy if somebody else does it, but just know that it will sidetrack her from the appeals work.
Let's start with your motion to change what number you have in mind. So for discussion, $150 is what Roger is suggesting, Georgia and Ken.
I agree.
Ken?
Hold on one second. I got bumped off, going back to it. It's currently 85. Yeah, I agree.
150. All right, you want to make your motion?
Second. No, never mind.
Motion by Roger,
Second.
second by Ken. All in favor, say aye.
You have to take public comment.
Oh, we'll take public comment, so. Thanks for the reminder. So is there any public comment? We'll take it now.
If you're online and you have a public, if you'd like to make a comment, please raise your hand and I can allow you to talk. I see no hands raised at this time, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so action taken, so it's a motion, second and approved, and no public comment, so move to 65 now. By consent, do you want action or by consensus to have legal initiate the draft policy on how we review the existing one?
Well, I also think that we need to have this process in place before we go with an appeal process. Because this is gonna generate an appeal. So I think it's more of a higher priority for the legal counsel to deal with this initially than to deal with the appeal process. So I guess my suggestion is a recommendation. Legal counsel to work with process and document.
All right. Is consensus fine, or you want action? Consensus fine, Georgia? Ken, you good?
Consensus is fine. I respectfully don't agree with Roger that it's more important than the appeals process, but that's for later discussion.
Okay, so we have consensus on that. So let's ask Ethan if you would talk to Haley about that. If she has questions, she can give me a call or send me an email, and then I'll clarify that for her. Will that work?
Yes.
Or when we were on, so I think I could give her some guidance. All of it.
That's fine. That works. Thank you. All right. Does that take care of this form then for now?
It was Ken, board member Pitt is the one who requested this be on the agenda.
And I'm happy.
Right. So we took action on the amount. So we need to take action on actually approving the form.
It
It was approved previously? Okay, thanks for reminding me. All right. All right, let me take a quick look at time we have here. Do we need to hit pause?
We are awaiting the sandwich delivery just right now. So that's going to happen here in a bit, at which point we will need to hit pause.
Yes. All right, let's take a, so we're expecting sandwiches here shortly, so let's just go ahead and take our lunch break now. Will that work? Okay, let's do that. So everybody online, we'll be back.
Oh,
Lunch.
Right. Well, it'll probably be around 1:20 to 1:30 when we resume, I imagine. So just to let you know, thank you.
Okay. Back from lunch, everyone. And, welcome back to Shane. Shane's here to join us for the rest of the meeting. And, we continue to have Roger and Georgia here and Ken joining us remotely online, so. We went through a number of items, and so we're on, I believe, item number 6 on the agenda, communication with UNC about adding a logo to this homepage, so. I don't know, how's that, but take it away.
Mr. Chairman, board members, I'll introduce the topic. Earlier, we talked a little bit about the website and we alluded to this particular product. And this is a draft letter that would be potentially written from the board to the DNRC seeking, see if I can, who all do we have on? I don't think I really need to share anything right now. That would seek to add the FRWMB logo to the WRVER or the Water Rights Query System homepage. So I'm going to go to the Water Rights Query System here. And I'll show you what it looks like right now. It is 100% DNRC. And if you look at the second page on this letter, the proposal, there would not be a plus sign, but you get it, right? You know, I mean, the plus isn't that bad, but I mean, you know, anyway, this would be the kind of thing that we would look for. And additionally, at the bottom of the page here, but we needed to make a font that worked for at least my eyes on the document before you. So the reason you have it is that we offer you this to A, solicit edits, and then B, see if you wanted to do that, and then C, if you did, you need to take an action, and we can move this from draft to not draft.
I have some questions, but let's see what we got. Questions, comments, anybody? Or maybe. Yeah.
There's more a question on the content. Query system is our data isn't query system like previous.
That is correct, but it will be.
It will.
Yeah.
Conversion. Well,
Yes.
making this system conversion. Those.
Yes.
No, I like.
Anybody else? Roger.
Yes. Concept is a good concept, but I don't think that it can be done because it's not our database. Yeah, it's specific to this. Uses water register through a law to be entered into the DNRC water. They're the ones that maintain it, administer it, provide for security. So I don't think it's ours. So and then I guess the other sense, I don't know, I see both sides, but another anybody that's gonna search for a water right in the state of Montana is gonna know where to go. Not like we need to have our name. Everybody knows that all the water rights are available on the database, so. But I guess I just don't think that the DNRC is gonna buy on. And
We're good.
Hadn't thought about that, so I appreciate you. Yeah, I guess my view on it was more insulated. That if you were a Flathead Reservation resident and were utilizing this system, I felt it important that you see both entities' logos. Did I hear what you're saying?
Seems that knowing that, it's still worth the ask. You know, then we don't think it, we can sign it, so it looks more.
Kenny, you there yet?
I'm here.
So we're on to the, request to add the Flathead Reservation Water Management Board logo alongside the NRC to the water right system, and that's up online. I don't know if you can see that. We'll try to get it shared here. So to Roger's point, that was one of my questions is, would they? I like the idea. I just don't know if they would, and maybe we just need to ask. And I wonder if they would, not just because it's theirs, but because outside the reservation, people who are going to look at it as well. And it will give the impression that we have something to do with them as well. So what I'm wondering is, while we like the idea, maybe there's a different approach, and that is we ask them to actually include a preamble to the front part of this page that says, by the way, if you are a resident of the Flathead Reservation, this database coexists with the Flathead Reservation Water Management Board. If you're a water user of Flathead Reservation, this database coexists with the Flathead Reservation Water Management Board's authority to manage water within the reservation. So I like the idea. I'm just not quite sure how else we approach it. That might be a good way to do it, to get at least some language up there, because that way people will look at it and say, okay, if I'm not a water user of the reservation, doesn't apply to me. If I am a water user within the boundaries of the reservation, it does apply. This works for both. I think maybe we could do both, add the logo and that language. That way, it's both a visual and some language there that explains that. Right? So I like the idea. Ken, any thoughts?
Well, the thought I have, has anybody actually talked to DNRC about this before you send it?
I wondered that too.
No, I wanted to explore with this board this idea first. This would be your walk into it, and I didn't. This is really to try to address stuff brought up at the last meeting. I'm not sure where the board wanted to go. I can tell you that we will have put a substantial capital investment into the product, and that we would be the only other people in the whole state that has direct access to this database.
When you say into the product being
This database.
yeah.
Yep.
So additional thoughts, Roger? What do you want adding language?
I think it's a good idea to Maybe we could go ahead and ask, but I just not getting the situation.
Arnie doesn't happen to be online, does he?
He's not, but Ben's here.
That is true.
And as like you said. Answers.
Well, is this letter adequate for us to send? Maybe the only other thing I haven't looked at the detail yet, but maybe you just make the ask, but then say, you know, if nothing else, we opened up some dialogue we should talk about. You know, because we could send it and they could just say nope and be done with it. But eventually, if they have questions or concerns, I'd like to at least open the
Having
dialogue.
any advance warning, it might be kind of a shock to them.
Yeah,
And I think maybe it could be so simple as a phone call between Ethan and Arnie. This is what we're thinking. Do you have any preliminary thoughts on this?
yeah. If, so we could take a two-step approach, if you authorize this, pending feedback from Arnie, we can have Ethan call Arnie and then, following that, if they're willing to accept, you know, hear from us, then I can send it. If you authorize it that way. Otherwise, I'm not sure how you want to go. Roger.
Agree with that two-step process, but I guess I like your thoughts, right, and that we add some additional language about.
Can we pony up some language about like maybe even propose some language that might go on the website, and then add something that says, you know, we hope that this opens up some dialogue.
Sure. Just to be clear, this is really a board product. So I am, I know it's sort of like, it looks like one of those things I'm trying to talk you into, but this is, I just, okay.
Quite a draft.
right.
I'm just saying,
This
so
just-
with that, would you?
Yeah, and I would prefer to know what you want before I asked. You know what I mean? If we could, the part of what this helps me with
Well, I
is to
would
know
say-
what you want.
Okay,
And
I would
and,
say the logo as proposed
mhm.
and or
Okay.
some proposed language. And then the proposed language would be maybe, and I'm calling it preamble, but something added to this right up pop-up that explains that for water users within the boundaries of the Friday Reservation, this database coexists with the authority of the Friday Reservation Water Management Board, something to that effect. Roger.
Yeah, maybe they could just. Maybe you just put it past it. Probably click on stuff. I mean, we can initiate this second authority. Like you said, Ethan, get rid of that one side. I would get rid of and the cause of the. I would get rid of that.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. Ken, any more thoughts?
No,
So consensus, you wanna do that then? Yep. Okay. Is that enough?
I think so.
Enough direction on that?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And Board Member Smees, is this get us where you're wanting to head?
We'll have to see what they say.
Yeah, let's get some dialogue on. So at this point, there's no, there's no action. I don't know if I need to take public comment at this point.
I don't believe so, and we'll have the informal discussion. I'll bring that back to you, and if we were to take a next step where you did formalize the letter, then you could do that at that time if that works for you, Mr. Chairman.
And you'll form up some additional language for the letter.
Yes.
Oh,
Yes, I will.
all right, given that, we move on to item number 7, temporary emergency appropriations report.
Mr. Chairman, board members, this is an item that's been on 3 of your agendas. And throughout, there's been enthusiasm for board member Hendrickson to comment and provide any additional recipes towards the form creation that he might have to offer, given his direct experience with this particular topic. And that's what I've got for you, sir.
While Shane is looking at that, the obvious biggest example we have is fire management. Wildfire management, forest fire management, but is it assumed that this would also apply to city and or county and or state functions within the reservation?
Mr. Chairman, it
Or
is.
how this was being thought of.
Mr. Chairman, it is intended to provide for a form for reporting all emergency, temporary emergency uses. I'm having a hard time patting my head and rubbing my belly here, but there we go. I believe that the form is now up for everybody to see.
Right. Right. Questions, comments, concerns?
Clarification on who is applicable to, I have, fair amount of experience involving fire hazard. Some familiar volunteer fire department aspect too, that each, community has a, volunteer fire department, that I think we need some education on how to use this. And what's the accountability if they don't? So, and I'm assuming this is just so we keep track of how much water is being. So I think there's a huge educational for this to be useful. And not only for is the January meeting, see us sweeping all of these local volunteer fire departments, wanted to get fire. In that. So I don't see. Put it in a paper or. So I guess it depends on the level of outreach you want to, I think it's one question. And, I think from like the law department perspective, very easy to that they, want to six engines, I don't. Well, I see the complications is on the wall, our side. We have a lot of people. Sure, exactly. And I'm not sure. That's the mechanism. This is possible, but it will be a function.
I mean, the best we could hope for on a larger incident is that they have a resource advisor you could try to tap with providing this. And they certainly are often used to trying to tackle complicated, unscripted, issues, we'll call it. But we'll, at best we could hope for is some kind of estimates. We're not going to get every tender dialed in, every scooper spec'd out, but we can have a form and we can give the form out. I don't know that how much we're gonna, if there was gonna be some sort of an accountability part of this, we should put it in the form up front. If there, if this board is contemplating consequences of not reporting.
Is, a temporary emergency appropriation in the ordinance?
Yes. It's allowed, first and foremost, and any kind of outreach we would include the like, hey, take the water, don't let the fire go because you're not sure about needing to water right or not. But this is just
And
Date.
even, I mean, it's a legit concern, even after this year, the big mount fire, this east of our league, were heavily within, the St. Mary's Lake. Big enough lake. Where they go up. You don't see it, right? You don't see it. Conversely, we're dipping out of this east part of several factories on. And this large pond. Not only for the dipping, the fire, but just same flow for irrigation purposes. We didn't want to include the use of. The fuel center was really impacted. So there was, it's real water, obviously, and it adds up. I question our ability to, the how finite to be practical. We have no idea. No one knows something that speaks with that about. So there's dipping going on. St. Mary's Lake with two type 1 heavy helicopters, so 3 light and moderate helicopters dipping out of Kelly's Pond, and then another pond about. It was 4 miles up his way, laid along the irrigation bridge. But the pumps never got finished. They were primed and ready to go. And we informed water tenders for dust abatement. I think they were thrown out of it. So that's just one fire, and there were 7 major wildfires. When you get into the bigger aircraft, it's actually a little easier. Because they have automated flight following. Mark 3 pumps, big part of that one.
The friction loss is all over the place, so there's not a consistent flow rate. Yeah.
you know, tracking the smaller helicopters. Which don't, if, if not legally required. Big flagpole.
Mr. Chair, I have a comment. Would it be helpful at this point to define successful use of this form? So given all of those observations, perhaps successful use of this form is not capturing an accurate use of water. How do we know we've used this successfully? Is it because they communicated and coordinated with this office? Is it because it's mentioned in the ordinance that we need to have this? I'm just trying to figure out
Yeah.
what we need to do to kind of comply with the ordinance.
Another one is recording. Mixing material that fill, you know, 250 gallons in seconds. And then out of Missoula, the larger tankers and the very large are using Missoula thermal to fill them. So we're the well, I'm not trying to use Missoula, I don't want. Or that seed came from Billings. That, you know, under that, that's separated out of it. Look house. Again, those are more, we even track with the information. Direction. Very. Small. Cells. Modify. So it just depends on how fine, if we were just more minor, you know, and had some gas, well, you know, and if you wanted to, well, we took some out of the paper, but we took some out of Charlie's pond, but we took some out of this other pond. It depends on how finite. The more finite, the more difficult it's gonna be. It's really general stuff. It's totally doable, but somewhere.
Mr. Chairman, board members, I can tell you from past experience of being the DRC's representative to the Forest Service Compact and speaking to the Water Policy Interim Committee. They have similar reporting requirement set forth in the Forest Service Compact, and legislators would periodically get interested in knowing about those numbers, and then we would have a conversation that's a lot like this conversation that goes into the ins and outs of how actually difficult it is to get those numbers and how it is really purely an estimate. I mean, in the most estimating of estimates that, you know, and that none of the estimates are going to have a comparable accuracy, levels, because they're all gonna have a different context of the incident or the type of use and how much they can or can't track. So usually they would get to like the form level and then focus on some other things. Cause it gets, you quickly, what do you do with the information? That's always that's what I like to, bring up, is like, what are we gonna do? What are we gonna do with this information? And in the context of knowing the difficulties of getting an accurate number, it doesn't go into the database. Like, there's not a home for it in the database at all. Okay. It's nice to document when a source was used and when that, I mean, that now all of a sudden we're like, okay, a source and a date, or maybe even a range of dates. That's interesting. That could be something you could coordinate with like an AIS program, because that could be some crossover utility, because now we know we've got foreign equipment in water bodies. AIS folks are typically very interested to know that kind of information. And I bring it up as like, well, if we're going to really make a run at it, we're going to need somebody to cooperate with. Sort of spitballing that, but what do you end up doing with it? Yeah, yes, sir. Okay.
But I got a question for Shane. I follow your rationale. Who's gonna be responsible?
Not a pre-approval for a permit, it's just documenting uses.
If we're thinking about this. Meeting director. This is a good discussion. Where we get and how much. So there would have to be a letter in this. And reflecting my courses, was a resource advisor for. We never. Public concern for the stock. There was no output. Super. Relying on couldn't have anything. Given where we want to come in. So it wouldn't, you'd have to have all kinds of data. With these people that. Resulted in. Data. That's the only time. So visible, so publicly visible. People saying that we're trick shot, but we're more, it was so low that it appeared it was flowing through the.
Question. Looking at the language, couple things, maybe we address your point, Georgia, by defining that in a policy that says how that will be implemented. On one hand, on the other hand, while we're thinking about that, how useful would it be for Ethan to sit with you and the tribal fire manager, sit down with this forum for a half hour and say, all right, if we do this, what is maybe not hard to do it? And if it's like, oh my God, I can see easily on one hand, on the other hand, if you charge the plane, the train, and automobile to the operator to just count the times they've done it from where, just turn it in. Somebody compiles it all at the end of 60 days and turn it in. Maybe that's the estimate. I mean, so to me, I think it's doable, but maybe I'm lost my marbles here, but
I think it's doable. It's gonna come with a lot of pushback.
yeah, that part I see. I mean, that's easy to see because
And then jeopardizes the quality of the data.
the data, because they're gonna say, well, what do you need? It's not it. And it's because if we're not, it says shall notify the board, okay. Then the question is what does that mean? But we define the policy that says what? Then we just apply it based on that policy and we don't make any other assumptions. So anyway, we're good.
Whenever you're trying to establish success, you have to also establish or define what's achievable so that it can be. And it seems to me that there could be some definition of reporting that we could define through policy that's achievable, that does not create some onerous extra task for people who already have a big job on their hands, right? So I don't want to pretend to think I could enter into that, but if it is a function of keeping track of how many truckloads or whatever came in and out, that seems doable. I'll leave it up to you gentlemen to figure that out. The other thing you brought up was public education, and I agree that is something that would need to be developed, but I don't think it would have to be an extra burden on this office each year. We've got, for instance, a local film production crew right out of our lead that does education and training videos. You make it once and you provide it to firefighters on a web link that they just download and watch each year. So it's not on Ethan's office to have to go out each year and replicate that training. It's a one and done kind of thing, but I think you were right on to underscore. But I guess that would be my question is not only how do we define success, how do we make it achievable? How do we make that an easy thing for firefighters to report? Because it seems to me success is reporting, right? If I'm reading that language correctly, it's just giving us some kind of report.
and it's a shall. I would say that this doesn't have to be everything all at once, though. I think for our responsibility, if we can just have the form as a starting spot, that really helps us do our part, right? You know, and the second bit of the, you know, appropriator shall, well, I mean, they've, as of right now, they can't because there's no form. So as a partial step towards resolving it, if we just had the form.
They say how, you say here. And then
Here you
they
go.
fill it out.
Gotcha.
It's just, you have to start.
And we could grow into something better, more better. You know, as time permits, but on an initial win, in an effort to get our forms out there on our website and to do our part, which the thing we can control is the form. I just would consider that it doesn't have to be everything. We could just get a part of it accomplished.
Right. More comments, Roger. Ken.
Yeah, what I could hear, and I could not hear Shane at all, and I could sometimes hear Roger. I mean, I think there's two categories, necessary and nice. And I put this form in the nice category. We have so many things breathing down our neck that this just does not appear to me to be a priority.
So Ethan's suggestion is that we just have the form and move forward as people request it and build from there. So it takes some time, but we're not, I think everybody's kind of in agreement. Aside from that, I think the board members wanted to hear from Shane. I think we have. So anything else you want to add to that, Shane? No. Okay. Roger.
I think we've gone about all the effort to do this. I think we should at least carry it to the force, make them learn it. Maybe you work with Shane with all of his background.
Are we talking about Forest Service or the tribal forestry?
Whoever is responsible. I don't know.
It'd be Shane and the tribal forestry. Or the superintendent and the tribal forestry. So at least that's a start, yeah. Yeah. You need action on this.
You have a draft form in front of you, Mr. Chairman, and you did, just as a brief reminder, the board did ask us to make this form. So, okay, I just, okay.
We raised the attention because I think we're in the middle of the fire season.
And Mr. Chairman, I don't need any action other than verbal direction to distribute it to the Forest Service, to tribal fire and forestry, and any other pertinent folks that might have a temporary emergency appropriation. We can certainly just verbally, we're happy to do that. The form itself, though, we need a form that meets the board's approval.
Just a small point of clarification. When you say Forest Service, to me, that's the United States Forest Service, and the United States Forest Service doesn't apply here on the reservation. So that's just so everybody's clear about that. Roger, you good at that?
Yeah.
Georgia? Ken, you good at that?
Yeah, yes.
Ken, we're good? Yeah. All right, we're good. You got it?
It's, are you gonna approve the form?
You said you didn't need action.
Oh, no, I do need you to approve the form. I apologize, Mr. Chairman. I said a lot of things there and they were probably jumbled. And so, Mr. Chairman, you do need to actually, and it would need to be a unanimous approval if you're, because all of the forms have to meet unanimous approval for everybody who is voting.
Board members, we're taking one last look at this. I'll take public comment on this before we take action. Any public comment on this? None currently here. Anybody online? One second, we'll see if there's any public comment and I'll get that.
Attending online.
Thank you. Okay, no public comment, so Roger.
One comment that Shane has made before and feel
Is geocode for the source?
either the source or the
I don't know that a geocode. So the areas that most of the fires occur don't have geocodes. And that's why we had a focus on the legal land descriptions and the latitude and longitude. Whereas the geocodes are more applicable for identification of parcel, individual parcels. There could be times. How about if we do, we can put a geocode where applicable.
Okay, so we can put it on the form. Sure, okay.
And the edit will be geocode where applicable. Okay.
So with that, Shane, do I have a motion to approve the temporary emergency appropriation form?
I'll move it.
Motion by Ken to approve with the suggested change to add the geocode. Second by Georgia. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We're good. You got it. Thank you.
Board members.
All right. Communication with parties to compact about office space. Okay, so let me just make a quick comment there. We probably want to take a look at this. Make sure it's what you want. It was some time back my suggestion that this board start communicating with the tribe and the state about office space, given the fact that we're spending a lot of money and time trying to make this space operable. I thought it appropriate for us to begin to address this question with them and see if they'll engage with us to start talking about actually constructing a facility for this operation. That was, in the broadest sense, the concept I had in mind. And Eden has been kind enough to generate this draft letter. And so with that introduction, Ethan, anything else you want to add at this point?
Mr. Chairman, this is me just trying to reach into your head and put something on paper. That's what I think you wanted to draft up, and the chances are it's not accurate. So please do review critically.
Has anyone had a chance to look at it? Okay. Do you want to take a few minutes to look at it now, or would you like to review it and be prepared to take action at the next meeting?
I would like to table it.
Okay.
I think we're all.
Yeah. Okay, so you got the draft. Go ahead and do that. Pam?
I'd like to take a look at it and do it the next meeting.
There you go. We have the draft. We're taking some action on it at the next meeting.
Mr. Chairman, board members, could you please hang on to your copy so I don't have to reprint that at the next board meeting?
Got it.
Thank you.
Okay. Working session, Office of Engineer Personnel Policies.
Most exciting time of the day, Mr. Chairman.
Glad y'all had your lunch. Hope everybody's bright-eyed and bushy-tailed here. Ready to go?
Hmm.
So, we can move forward on this discussion and make some progress, and at some point we'll want to break it off and try to wrap it up. See how everybody survives.
We have you on the agenda as being here till 5, Mr. Chairman.
I know.
If it pleases the board, I do have the list of, you had asked me and I had distributed in an email. Priority items that could be addressed. Does that help to route the discussion, or does the board have a different plan? Whatever pleases the board.
Well, let's say whatever you have, you have. Any board members have a specific item you want to address? Otherwise, I'll encourage Ethan to take up his next priority. All yours, Ethan.
All right, I just have these in order of appearance. If that's okay, that'll make it a little easier for me to cruise through here. The first item would be duplicative salaries. There's some back and forth about duplicative salaries and what there's in this interplays a little bit with some discussion about freedom to work and other things, how much I, as your water engineer, am expected to track other people's side hustle, that kind of a thing. There was
You can see this?
Yeah, yes, I can.
there was this has been dumbed down a little bit from an earlier iteration based on discussion and feedback from the board. And this is a section that originally came from a draft that was created before I worked for the board.
If it's possible, can you sort of blow this up a little?
Let's see what I can do here, Mr. Chair.
Bottom right for the little slide.
Well,
That's the idea.
let's try to do first let me just go over these comments, and then I can get rid of the comments and we can go full width, and I'll read them out loud. Teresa did not like this section, and that she wanted the FRWMB be the primary employer. and that the employees would need to request to have secondary employment. And this section does not require an employee to make a request to work a side hustle or a different job. It does eliminate you to work this job and another job at the same time. But if you're on leave, that's paid leave, you can work somewhere else and make your paid leave, money at the same time as your side hustle money. Okay.
Ethan, what section are you talking about?
3.12.
Okay, because I'm at like 1.01 on my screen here.
And share your screen, and then just do the first one. Just click share. Here? Yeah, just.
Does that change, Ken?
I don't have anything right now.
Okay.
What's that? That's awesome. I'm hardwired. Okay.
Give me that section number again. I can just look it up on my phone.
I appreciate it if you have a computer in front of you. I did send you this document too. It is 3.12.
3.12, okay. Got it.
Huh. Oh, it worked just a little bit ago, gang. Let's see here. Maybe if I don't really have that much else open.
That was it. That was the limit of my IT. Input right there. All done.
This one again?
Hover over that. Over your screen. Oh, it's loading.
It says it's loading now. I said paused earlier.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, what down there? Okay. This is what it's come down to.
So Ethan, what you sent me earlier, it goes from 3.03 to 4.01. That's 3.04 to 4.01.
Well, that should include 3.12, doesn't it?
No,
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna try something.
Yep. Just a second, Ken. James is taking away control. This might improve things. Yep. Hmm.
Distance.
Oh my gosh. There we go.
Then go pounds. Then, yeah, and then do the 3 buttons over on A. Yep, and then say reclaim those. Or now try.
Okay.
That was the issue.
Maybe I think it timed out.
Oh, okay.
Let's see if this works.
Okay.
Good problem.
Oh, it didn't work.
You didn't?
No,
Good try.
I can try sharing. You want me to here?
Not really. Let's see if I do this. Talking. All right. Sorry, Mr. Chairman.
No. Technology's wonderful.
okay, so there, Ethan. If you can hear me. James also sent a set of documents, and on his, for some reason, I can see 3.12.
Anything close by?
Let me open the thing first. I closed everything.
Also good.
So far, so good?
One can.
What's that?
Start that video so that turns on.
Okay, we still there, Ken?
I am.
Can you see the screen now?
I can, and I'm looking at the index and it's scrolling down.
Okay, it looks like we're getting there. All right.
All right, hopefully you see duplicative salaries. Okay,
So Ethan was just reading through Teresa's comments there, so I would take other comments and thoughts on 3.12 at this time.
the duplicative salaries? Nope. I just, other than assuming that that the board wanted, some policy about how we handle, duplicative salaries. And it kind of goes into, I mean, this doesn't exclude somebody from reporting a direct conflict of interest where they're, you know, getting paid by somebody that they're also approving a water right for or something like that effect. But this is just what's expected. I mean, a lot of this has to do with what's expected of me on receiving information from employees if they have some side hustle or something to that effect. The original language was that every other job an employee had, in addition to working here, they had to report it and, you know, and disclose it to their supervisor. For now is me.
I was just reading Teresa's comments and I think she made some valid points there. If either we strike it or we amend that section, so we change the wording instead of from shall disclose to employee needs to request.
Okay.
I would be, like to strike it. Conflict of interest.
We do have this right following 3.13 disclosure of conflicts of interest section. I don't know if that accomplishes what you're about to suggest that we would need, but
Yeah, whether even without Teresa's comments, my initial thought was, first of all, do we want it or not? And if we do, it should be more of a request. to approve outside work, and in that process, you have to avoid any conflict of interest. But I think other places allow for work that has to be approved, and I would say if we did that, it would have to be, I would go as far as saying it needs to be approved by the board. But short of that,
If you're gonna go five rails on the weekend.
I don't want to know about, I don't have to know about that. I-
right, but short of all of that, I'm in favor of deleting.
Me too.
Seems like the numbers are coming down to, you're working your 4 hours. There's something, what if we're not even forced to me, that's the reason. You're getting the work done in the 4 hours.
So with that, I think the question of more toward the conflict of interest, so should we need to.
Yes, sir. Let's, what's right here? Let's, go ahead and jump into that. The OE and the board requires disclosure of certain information under circumstances. And, let's see if I can make this view better. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, you asked me to do that. This thing is in my way. I can't see what's underneath there. View page width. Oops, no. View the, how do I turn off the comments? Let's see in here. There we go. Does this help, Mr. Chairman? Okay. So the OA and the board requires disclosure of certain information under circumstances. Candace is still working. Can you see it?
Yes.
Thank you. So this is looking for things that impinge on public duty.
That seems to be bold.
My question would be, so this says an employee shall disclose the nature, private interest that creates the conflict. What if they don't? Are we gonna know? And what do we do about it?
Well, typically, should there be a section in the case? Because what they need to do.
A lot of them do have this section where failure to adhere to it's been copied and pasted several times, but failure to adhere with this policy may lead to the term that means like getting in trouble. That may include up to, termination of employment. Would you like, we could add that in a C
I think that was right.
section.
Yeah, I think it's, you almost have to.
So, then, that makes sense to kind of vision how this would work with, seems like the first. The meeting space is probably more than most people work on it. Employee, they should have stayed from the. Well, there was, that we probably should be more in the process. And allow them to. Anyway, step one, the same possible, and you can space only one. Then you might need a letter. Then you might need to document that. Process. Final. Seems like the first rule should be, should abstain from working on family. Anything. If the, if you can't, then you kick in, well, I can't do that because this reason, I'm gonna come right out and say, potential interpretation bias.
But it seems like. So you would basically state your preference that there not be that an employee not put themselves in the position of conflict. That would be the statement that would come before section 3.1.2.
Avoidance of conflict of interest.
Avoidance of conflict of interest and then disclosure. Yeah, that's a, I like it.
Okay. Maybe I'll reword that a little better. Unless somebody's got some, feel free to start saying.
I would just say shall not. Shall avoid is too ambiguous.
Thank you, Ken. Okay.
Employee shall not work.
I gotta say OE business. Well, it's implied, but board stuff, board business is more like the appeals and other things, and then the board's administrative office is the OE. But I do go around in circles about this in drafting. Did I get it there?
of the board that works here 2 years from now appreciates all of our hard work.
Don't count on it.
How's that? We good?
And then you added a piece down at the bottom too, right?
Yeah, I needed to copy and paste from some other section that goes into it's discipline, failure to comply with this section
Okay.
will include disciplinary, yada, yada. Yeah, okay.
Could you scroll back up to B for a second?
Does that got you?
Keep going there. Stop. The way it's written out, to me, it kind of seems like, A is pretty definitive, you shall not. Then B kind of undermines that a bit, saying, well, maybe if you do, you need to tell your supervisor. Unless you disagree with me, of course.
I think that's a true statement. Well, that's why I read it too, but I think of Ethan's position. Who else would do that? Maybe that where he was thinking to
The water rights.
What, I'm gonna try something and see if you like this. Is that okay? Ken?
You just struck everything out?
No, I wrote some stuff.
Okay, I see there at the bottom, okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I can't tell exactly what you can see, so
No, I actually kind of like that.
okay. So now we have, you can't do it. You gotta disclose it. I mean, the only other thing I might add is if you're unsure, discuss it with your immediate supervisor. How about that?
Sure, yes, I mean.
All right. You like that?
I do.
Okay. Can,
question. It's clear. So we're gonna notify the immediate supervisor for what purpose? So we're asking permission to go ahead and do it anyway? Or we just notifying them and?
I'm just notifying them. Like, not only should you not take this action, you need to notify your supervisor that there's a conflict of interest.
I was also.
I added that too. Yeah. If you're not sure. Okay. The next item that I propose that we discuss is 3.17, drug-free workplace.
Can I add one thing before you go on?
Yes, sir.
On C,
Yes, sir.
I would like it to be a little, oh, I guess in the definition, person's pretty broadly defined, right? Do you hear that?
Yeah, I heard you. I'm sorry. I was thinking
Okay.
about your statement.
Is it person or water user? That's the question.
Well, I mean, what, I don't have it in front of me. What is the definition of person in the beginning of the thing?
We do not have a definition of person.
Then, okay, then I would like it to say entity. Thank you.
Okay, is person / entity okay? Or do you want just entity?
I think entity by itself is cleaner, but that's just editorial preference.
Okay,
And it should be whom the OE.
thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now I'm happy. All right, go on to your next one, 317.
All right, yep, 3.17. Sorry for making you dizzy here for a second. Actually, now I've changed the order. Because we did a deletion, so our number is going to be askew. All right, this is the drug-free workplace. I have provided new updates. I have followed the last discussion topics. I got legal review. I will bring your attention to a couple of items. The majority of it was, was okay, but we added some stuff to keep us out of hot water, namely, this section here is that, and because this is part of the state law, that we can't discriminate for the use of lawful product during non-working hours. So that would mean presumably, if you do a UA on somebody and they test positive for something that's legal like marijuana, that which that's not allowing them to be on the marijuana at work, but you can't fire somebody for having it in their system. At least that's my read of it. That's what Haley told me it meant as well. And then we also added this other section down here, rewrote this a little bit. And let's see if I can. Yep, this was written specifically in response to Teresa's comments. So on what happens if there's suspicion of drug or alcohol impairment while an employee is in the workplace or in a work status, the employee supervisor may require the employee to take a drug screening test if an employee is involved in an accident while in the workplace or in a work status that may or may not include a vehicle. The employee supervisor may require the employee to take a drug screening test. Any required drug screenings will be conducted by a third-party professional drug screening company and paid for by the OE. Employee time spent accommodating OE required drug screening will be compensated at their regular rate and categorized as administrative leave. So this is the culmination of our previous discussions that we had on what's going to happen. So at this point, we do not have initial hire screening. We only have mandatory screening if there is suspicion of drug or alcohol impairment while you're in the workplace or an accident. Okay.
Regarding the highlighted section, just a couple
question.
Yes, sir.
When? And how do they get there? So I'm thinking it could be immediate, or it could be really. You know, we can't wait a day. And they can't drive, if we are suspecting it, we can't allow them to drive it themselves. So somewhere in there, I think it could go something. That'd be my thought.
But there's a little hiccup in this. If I'm thinking this through, you guys check my logic on this. If somebody decided to use some illegal substance or some legal controlled substance, let's say amendment, and it impairs their work at 8 o'clock the next morning. Technically, you just said we can't control what they do at home, right? But what if that spills over into work? Because that could happen, right? So I just find drug policies for very small offices to be very inclusive. I think this could get sticky really quick. Potentially, or maybe not ever at all, but when you only have a handful of people working for you, this seems a bit. Someone could take a legal drug and have it prescribed by a doctor, right? In the middle of the night, and it can impair performance the next morning. So, and sometimes people don't know that until they take it. This is coming to mind because I worked in an emergency management office in Jackson, Wyoming. And we had a very highly trained nurse who, no criminal record, no illegal drug use, anything like that, but she was experiencing a suite of health issues, and her doctor prescribed a series of medications to her, all legal, all prescribed. And the next day she got pulled over by police because she had erratic driving coming in to work. It appeared that she was drunk. She wasn't. She was having an adverse drug reaction. And so, do we want Ethan to have to make those calls, right? I'm just tossing that out there. I'm probably overthinking this, but
No, it's all complicated, but I don't think you're overthinking it. I just don't know what we do about it.
Okay, I'm gonna go to the legal drugs in a second. But first, before we go to that, because there's a section up above about legal drugs. And Mr. Chairman, I did just make some edits based on what you're, I think, trying to get at. One, any required drug screenings will be conducted by a third-party professional drug screening company and paid for by the OE, and transportation needed to obtain a screening will be arranged by the OE. Okay, so there's transportation. And then two, if drug screening is required, that screening may be requested to occur on the same day that there is suspicion of drug or alcohol impairment, or that an accident occurred.
To address George's concern, though, would it be, you don't have to type it in yet, would it be reasonable to put a final sentence or a footnote that says, that gives the employee an opportunity to respond to the issue in the event it's something like a medical, otherwise normal medical concern or condition, followed up with a doctor's note. That way,
Yeah.
you've got an opportunity to say, look, I bet it's a medical issue, go to the doctor, get a doctor's note, and clear it up, and it's cleared up. Otherwise, being able to address drug and alcohol issues in the workplace is important. I think especially when we, well, always, but when we start field work, that's going to be, people out driving, wading in the water to measure streams, ditches and canals.
Okay, so we have two different things that I just heard. One, I want to see if this first sentence, in this, I don't really want to get rid of this sentence, first of all. And this is that this, and I went over this backwards and forwards with Haley, is that if you're on even a legal prescribed, or whatever, if it impairs your work quality or poses safety concerns or disrupts office operations, then it's still a problem. So, and we do have an accommodation request here, that would allow something if, again, I don't, kind of doing some hypotheticals here, but if we've got somebody, if you broke your knee and you're here on, some crazy high dose of opioids, I'd rather you're just maybe at home. Because I mean, that's just A, it's an exposure liability here. B, I mean, how much are you gonna, am I gonna give you like important documents to work on while you're, I don't really do a lot of opioids, but it seems like that probably inhibit your work a little bit. Right? The other thing that you didn't, that I don't think is in here, is this, this is that sentence I was telling you about. Employee who violates these policies is subject to discipline action up to and including termination of OE employment or termination of OE contract. Then this is something that you guys, and I'll add that to the earlier section, but you can see why I couldn't remember all that. Now, what do you want me to say about this doctor's thing? Is there something we're going to add in here about a doctor's note?
I hadn't thought of that till Burton mentioned it. It's a good add because I've lived long enough to see people who get prescribed something and they have an adverse reaction and they had no way of anticipating. To have some confirmation that a doctor prescribed it would prevent anything. Some awful drug use.
I don't know that a doctor's note really adds anything. Go ahead, keep typing.
Okay.
From an attending physician. There you go.
Sort of see the doctor's well-being is reasonable accommodation. Description. They have how they, taking that word.
Due to prescribed medication or other medical condition.
There's kind of two components to that doctor. One is preload.
This whole thing, to me, is just so sticky. boy, I just see all manner of problems with, but if you scroll up even, like say an employee says, I have a coworker that I think is doing this, this and this. How do you prevent that from just being a potential retaliatory action? I've worked in places where this person didn't like this person, they took up the store.
You guys specifically made me add this OE employees witnessing a violation must report. That was, I'm just letting you know, like, you know, if you, and I've done that before in drafting exercises where you add stuff and then you take it away later.
I just think that for discussion purposes.
Uh,
So, given that, this particular section needs some thought. So, just for discussion purposes, if we don't do this, what do we do? What's the risk and or liability if we don't and something happens?
This is,
Policy.
Good question. But okay, I'll play devil's advocate a little bit more. You can have employees who are not on any kind of medication cause a wreck, right? I worked with a gal who had incredibly high blood pressure that she was not treating. And she showed signs of schizophrenia, which is exactly how it will, or bipolar, which is how it will manifest itself if untreated. And it definitely affected her driving, right? And so there's somebody who's got a problem at work. It's not related at all to drugs. It's related to the fact that they're not being vaccinated. And so, you asked a really good question, Clayton, and I don't have a really good answer. There has to be some protection of the office and its equipment and coworkers. I just don't know how far into the weeds we want to get on this.
So that the comment of other medical conditions. So maybe we need to. Well, maybe so this particular section, was it ever vetted or looked at by legal?
twice, yeah.
Okay.
And most of what you see here is a direct result of me working really closely with Haley to solve the questions and concerns that the board brought up. We did add in the tribe's drug policies and we reviewed that in context. I reviewed the DNRC drug policies in context of these. These are abbreviated and concise compared to some of those other policies, but I mean,
It's simple in part, right? I see where you're going, basic, simple UI, your innocence.
Yeah.
So, and contingent on, many positions. They'll keep realizing that. Doesn't make you guilty. You keep guilty of refusing drug law. So you start, just using that as a complicated example, or how far do you burrow into this? That, well, you don't have a driver's license. Well, I'm not good. But you don't have a driver's license. So how can you continue?
It's complicated enough, but let me throw another thing. So if there is suspicion of drug or alcohol impairment while an employee is in the workplace or in work status, suspicion. One of the things we did in private policy was to say that 2 supervisors had to agree that there was an issue. And if both supervisors agreed there was an issue, then that individual was required immediately to get tested. So, and it was more than just suspicion, they would have to actually go observe and agree that there was a problem at that time. Now, how do we do that? No, but that's what we do. To say if there is suspicion, to me, that's a even more subjective term than in that. So, yeah.
So, and, and maybe just to back up a little bit, why do we want? this? It's really my life. Something towards something. It's natural, non-natural, legal, not legal, and they either get hurt, and that is a pay a process, or they damage property that we're liable for, or if they cause an accident, that we're liable for. So that's the why behind this section, right?
Well, also to offload employees who are wasted at work, frankly,
Yeah.
in an easy fashion, in a defensible fashion.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, right. I mean, it gets the same thing, but it's slightly, longer term in thinking.
So my thought is maybe we need to take whatever language you have here, as you read here today, and look at it. Unless you're ready to say, yeah, we like it, let's move on.
Really don't like the word system.
I agree, Brad.
Yes, sir. This one here?
Yeah, that one. Dan, can you see that? That one I gave you pause because may not use legal prescribed otherwise. That imposes on personal privacy. I mean, almost everybody sometimes may have a side effect. How can you go have a sale?
Caveat there, there's a clause. How do you decide? Again. So, I can imagine.
And that
To Shane's point, why do we need to cover ourselves from the legal standpoint without creating an overly burdensome workload for you or others that there, where's that fine line between protection and inclusiveness?
I think that already has highlighted. Really attempting to qualify. It's impairing the function here. And the duties of which is either direct or indirect. Indirect is not. What we done. Well, hurts.
Why if you have a young mom who's sleep deprived? I'm gonna just go down that road. She's definitely gonna, or he is gonna be a young father, have really impaired work quality.
I'm gonna write them up for a non-drug related work quality impairment.
Go home.
I mean, I don't know what, like, if we're having problems where somebody's not, like, to the point where I'm gonna intervene, like the work's not getting done right, or there's quality control issues. It's noticeable. I mean, and regardless of if it's drugs or something else, there's gonna be a write-up. And, I mean, I don't like to think this way, but the deal is we can't absorb that like some other governments can, because we have a higher reliance on individual employees here. But what we can do is we can, we've got some option to accommodate people through remote work if we want to go that route, or
You said this was reviewed by legal, that
Yep.
particular paragraph, what did they say about
They said that this it appears to look like the employer is doing everything they can to have an impartial assessment of workplace issues for drugs. She didn't have an issue. I mean, suspicion is a tough word. Okay. But
with this paragraph, well, work employees may not use.
it's only if that impair work quality, comma, pose safety concerns, comma, or otherwise disrupt OE operations and functions. I mean, is there any time that an employee can be here and do those things? I mean, even if they're sober, they can't impair the work quality and pose safety concerns or otherwise disrupt OE operations. The other option is to just not ever have any drug testing, base everything on the merit of performance. But this is, we got handed a drug-free workplace policy, and I definitely had to interject a few things because we were out of compliance by not making it clear. This bit right here that references 35.2.313. And similarly, I'm going to scroll down here on you. We also need to have this section in here because in addition, and this is an important bit, that there are other state laws that control drug and alcohol testing for anybody in Montana. And they're, in regards to their, this Montana Drug and Alcohol Testing Act.
That previous paragraph, though, is that addressed by sentence added there, employee may provide information from the healthcare provider to explain. Well, you should have further inspected who prescribed medication for other medical conditions. Is that?
Well, so here we have that the employee who violates these policies is subject to discipline action up to and including. So it doesn't mean that you're going to terminate somebody. And then to me, this offers them a chance to,
Right, does that sentence actually then take the place of that previous paragraph? Because the previous paragraph was.
this one here?
No, the language about you can't take legal prescribed drugs. Well,
Yeah, I mean, just because they give us information to help explain it, the violation, doesn't necessarily mean that they can still be in the workplace on drugs that impede safety or operations or work quality. But it does mean that we might be more likely to do an accommodation or maybe some time off or maybe.
let's just go back to that paragraph.
Yes, sir. This one here, I believe.
So I'm thinking of prescribed drugs. I don't know if it's going to impair my work quality until it does. But right, but I don't know if it's going to impair my work quality until it does. So this sort of implies ahead of time you can't do it. Theoretically, you can't do anything. Because it might, right?
The other thought that I had, and again, I'm maybe overthinking this, what if a coworker observes a colleague and they think, man, I think that person's impaired. And they do have to go take a drug test and the drug test comes back clean. Then do they have grounds to, I don't know, sue the office because they were made to take a drug test and they weren't doing drugs? I mean,
What's the harm? So they got paid to be there. They got transport to be there. I'm just like literally, so what is it? Just that you felt
Humiliation of.
humiliated for having to do it, which, and I mean, I'm not against that notion because, you know, I didn't want to do the main screening in the first place, because of that reason. But, also the other option is to just have no screening. Or just delete this. I mean, we could delete the whole section.
Right, I have. Previous employer. They have an appendix of alcohol. On kind of work for starting out. I could pass this on to Ethan. And again, circulated, 7 pages. to copy. It addresses a lot of things.
If we're gonna continue to have, discuss it, it's probably worth giving you all options here.
The other thought I had, I'd like to just get the thoughts of the group, we cite state law. Do we also, I mean, I don't know, do tribal policies mirror those of the state, or should tribal policies be
Some
cited?
do, some don't, some are separate.
So, given that we're on reservations, mindful that there is a sovereign nation here with a set of citizens on this, so there's just so many reasons this gets sticky. I don't know what to do here. I don't have a solution. I'm just.
Okay, let's just move on to the next one. And folks can
So let's
think about it maybe.
continue to look at this section. So Georgia Roger offered to provide a draft of another policy to look at, to consider. You want to see that? Is Ken?
But it's a separate appendix.
You scan that real quick.
Is,
That one is
Oh,
yeah, is.
okay, sorry. I apologize. I
You there?
understand what you meant. No. Oh, Ken, did we lose you?
No, I'm here.
Okay.
Oh, hey, so Roger offered to provide, so we want to continue to review the drug-free workplace policy 3.16. Roger is also offering to provide board members with a copy of a policy from another previous employer on the subject for us to review and consider language from that. Would you like to see that?
Yes.
Okay. Let's do that. So you're just saying after today, you'll just have Ethan provide us a copy of that.
Yeah. That's what I need to do.
Ethan, everything you've done and doing on this and the discussions you've had with legal, I think is appropriate. It's just, we're not ready to move forward on it. So thank
All
you.
right, I do want to clarify though, that we can go forward with the job announcement without having any kind of screening. Cause that, we did land there previously. Cause that's something that we would need to include in the job announcement if,
Yeah.
All right, we're not going to back up on that. All right, good deal. Thank you. All right, the next item that I'd like to focus your attention to is for,
Pause on that.
Yes,
So
sir.
Your comment on that is important. I do think that at the time we are interviewing people, though, I think we should make it a point to say we are in place by them. Is that we are working on a comprehensive personnel policy that will include a number of items, including this. We can expect it to come. That way, even though it's not in place at the time, they're aware that one is coming. Probably should be stated during the meeting. But just a heads up.
I tell James that every staff meeting.
I thought,
There's personnel policy coming, I'm telling you.
yeah. Okay, anyway. That's okay.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next item, another easy one for you, exempt and non-exempt employee classification. 4.02. So in this section here,
Ethan.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, can we have a 5-minute break?
Yes,
Okay.
good idea. Okay, we have a request for a 5-minute break. Let's take one.
Thank you.
Thank you.
just a second, let me